No niin. Saanko sä huikata vielä tuohon, jos vois antaa meille ne decklistit?
Joo. Meillä on... Ai niin.
No, tämähän on hyvä. Heti saadaan herkkustriimiin varmasti. Se on kuitenkin silleen hyvä kala vetää tonne. Ja...
Fixed watch. Eikö herkun ollut? Oliko se eniten? Oliko sillä eniten CP:tä kellä?
Joo, suomalaista. Okei, chatti.
Sain jo kysymyksiä, että miksi ei striimailla, niin mä laitan tänne tämmöisen yleisön, että stream programming matchup is currently being set.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Tämä pelasi siellä Tampereella ainakin
Teistä jompikumpi tappelisi.
Mä. Ja mä laitan, mulle tuli heti jo kysymyksiä, että miten on vielä striimiin, niin mä laitan tänne vähän tilannepäivityksiä.
Onko se striimi päällä nyt? Nyt on livessä. Joo.
Mä en tiedä, oliko tää viiru.
Jos jotain haluaa...
No, ehkä Heppu näyttää taitonsa.
Tätä läheksi.
No, se on kuitenkin Hermanne. Se. No, kyllä.
Vaikea matchuppi, mutta jos joku sen osaa, ei puhuta liian kovaa vielä. Jos oli mielenkiintoinen lista kyllä. Täällä.
Meillä on tossa nyt...
Wait.
I should turn the...
Ei tää ookaan. Tää ei oo niinku kunnon peistä. Se ei Okay, chat. Just testing the sound a bit.
We're testing the microphone, hold your horses.
We'll be right at you with the first featured match.
Hello, chat, and welcome. We are here live in the smack dab middle of Helsinki, Finland, with the Finnish Pokemon TCG Nationals Tournament for the community. And I'm Tapio Virtanen, and with me today is
Emeli Reijonen. Nice to be here. It's gonna be a great day. We have a lot of great players here. I think we had 123 participants in the Masters division.
I think it's total.
Okay,
We are
total
playing
players.
all players with the one group, and also best seniors and juniors are rewarded on their own accomplishes. But yeah, 7 Swiss today with the best of 3, and then we have open deck list top 8 on the following day.
Yeah. And we even have our first featured match here, I think, ready to go. So I think we might as well just throw us right into the action here. And we see here the players have already started. We have Tapio Ikonen on the left there with a very spicy Seeking list. And then, of course, everybody knows Herman Hietala, the number 1 Finnish player at the moment, playing that ends Zoroark.
Yeah, interesting deck here with Tapio already straight from the get-go. Doesn't include any of the Diplins in his deck list. It's a different kind of build we have seen, so gonna be an exciting matchup. But as we have already started, now the start is quite rough here for Tapio, already getting his lone Seeking knocked out by Herman's rapid fire start with the Zoroark, hitting with the Ends Chakram attack here. Now we see already Tapio going on a back foot here, trying to scramble together his start here.
Yeah. Definitely not a great board for Herman either. There's only that one Zoroark, so we could see Tapio making a comeback here. But interestingly enough, he's not playing the normal partner for this festival grounds archetype. Normally you would play Diplin with this, that can attack for quite a bit of damage, but only opting for that Seeking.
Yeah, really interesting, and maybe this decision, at least here in round 1, came to bite him already, because this matchup would have been quite different with the Diplin, as it hits for Zoroark's grass weakness from the get-go. But let's see, we have a lot of Seekings and also Gladions here, so the possibilities for one-shot are definitely there, but giving up the 2 prize cards with this Meow Trophy on the following turn, if Herman gets to reset this Chakram to the bench, is gonna feel quite bad.
Yeah, nice. Lily to an empty hand. So the way this festival grounds archetype works is you have that festival ground stadium, which like it can prevent special conditions. It's not that great on its own, but these Pokemon, like the Seeking, have the ability Festival Lead, which allows them to attack twice if that stadium is in play. So, you know, Seeking only attacks for 60 damage and draws 2 cards, but you get to attack twice, you get some damage modifiers in there, and you can be hitting some big numbers.
Yeah, combining that Seeking 60 damage with Gladion, which is the new set, a new card coming with the newest set, gives plus 80 damage, and then if you combine that with Brave Bangle, you are reaching knockouts on every single Pokemon in this format basically, and that lets you also draw 4 cards, so you can keep chaining them together with searching any one card with the Twag key that's going to use the Boom Boom Crew while you have Festival Lead Pokemon on the active spot.
Yeah, for sure. That I think the main selling point, obviously attacking twice is good, but also just having that great ability in Boom Boom Groove, being able to search for any card from your deck, super strong. And of course, combined with the draw power of Seeking, you can see a lot of cards.
Right, here we see probably some moves to be played here with think Tapio at least attached the mist energy already. I think he promoted Goldin and passed turn, but now I can't see another player making yet any moves. Maybe Herman is piecing together his turn before going into action.
Yeah, just thinking about this is definitely not a matchup you would be too familiar with. But oh, nice being able to get that Veltel. That can be pretty brutal in this matchup. Being able to trap something, yeah, that Meowth is going to be coming into the active spot and going to be clutched.
Yeah, we didn't see like any Zorros being benched. Maybe Herman is still reaching for those outs to search more pieces for his Zoroark engine here, but at least managed to get the tomes going on, putting a Yveltal here and trapping me out. And this is actually now instant pass from Tapio because he can use any abilities either, even if he would manage to get Thwacky on the bench, but doesn't even find those.
Yeah, looking like Herman can just sort of chill for a bit, use that clutch on the Veltal, buy some time. Yeah, that Meowth definitely not something you would like to see in the active spot here. So going to be going for that trade, discarding one card from the hand, drawing two. Very strong draw engine built into this deck. Now the Zoroark of course needs those other Ents Pokemon on the bench like that Zekrom. Only has the attack that can copy the attacks of other Ents Pokemon. But a strong card overall.
Yeah, probably would like to see a couple of more Churros and maybe build into a Ents Darmanitan turn to take out this Meowth together with one of their benched Pokemon also to get triple prize turn, going straight down to 2 prize cards. That would lead to a situation where it's 2-5. So probably setting up a checkmate. So Tapio needs to find a shame in here, or this game is slowly slipping into Herman's clutches.
Yeah. Since the game is a bit slow here, like generally we can talk about some strategy in this sort of matchup. Normally this would be a very scary position for Zoroark. Those Diplins can hit for a lot of damage. They can even potentially, with the help of that Galadion, they can attack into a Zoroark, knock it out, and then attack into another Pokemon potentially. And yeah, the price trade can be just really, really difficult. But here, you kind of just have to attack with that Seeking, have to get those damage modifiers in there to get those knockouts. So Tapio definitely just wants to take those 2 prize KOs on those Zoroarks. And Hermione will probably try to set up that, as you said, the Darmanitan line, where he can get multiple prizes at the same time.
Okay, and here we see another clutch. Tapio going for that Shaman, tries to prevent that 3 prize turn, but doesn't have much else going on with. Wants to probably draw into one more mist energy to prevent that loop of clutches going on. He runs 4 of those, so probably not too shabby chances to try to try to draw into it, but since he cannot use any Thwackies currently, even if he would have them, because he doesn't have the festival lead ability active in the active spot, so it is looking quite rough, giving Hermione a lot of free time.
Yeah, and we gotta remember that, okay, that Shaman does prevent the Darmanitan from attacking those benched 1 prizers, but it's not going to protect that Meowth. So if Herman is able to set that up, he could have built enough damage on that Meowth that he could get a 3 prize turn.
Yeah, he can just boss something from the bench and then knock the Meowth even through the Shaman's barrier and piece together his 3 prize turn anyway. So now it's a race to see if Tapio can find 1 mist energy to prevent the future clutches, or then if Hermione can check the deck soon enough to get the and Darmanitan also to get the Night Joker going on.
Yeah, definitely not a Pokemon you would want to have him play that Meowth in this instance. Though there is obviously some other Pokemon that could also be clutched, like that Shaman, but being able to get those two prices is gonna be really terrible. Though it's not like super straightforward even from there, because even if after that Herman takes knockouts, he can only still take just one knockout per turn, one prize. So Tapio could be able to maybe win the prize race. Even
Yeah, and Hermione probably gonna be scratching his head here in this matchup because he doesn't see any of those Applins benched here. He probably assumes this is just a stock standard festival lead, at least until some moments ago. So
if I know these players do communicate with each other, so it could be that Tepani also knows that Tapio is playing this. Interesting enough, we have not seen the Darumaka, so it could be that maybe that's price, so maybe that play doesn't exist at the moment. The Peturant could be quite good if you're able to put a damage counter by poisoning your Ibalto. You could then move it with Monkey and take the knockout. Even if you don't have the Darmanitan play, you could still take the knockout on your turn with that Monkey and then attack into something else. That would also be very strong.
yeah, and I think that's the line where he's going for now because he already has the veteran with the Cyrano he played, so we need any more one Monkey Dory, so probably a retreat now with Pivotal together with the chains with veteran. Yeah, here it comes. You're getting that self-poison and damage on your own board also to be moved later on in the game with Monkey Dory's ability.
And it's a pretty big deal that Tapio didn't have the festival grounds in play because the poison wouldn't actually work. You couldn't poison your Pokemon. Pretty interesting interaction that actually comes up like quite often in this matchup.
Yeah, and now even if he finds it that one damage counter is enough since Meowth has odd number of HP in terms of tens, so you can just clutch it until it's 10 HP and then move that one damage counter over to secure the knockout and then get yet another prize card in the same turn. So it could go up until the 3 prize land.
And no mist energy found.
And no festival rounds either, so this enables even further self-damage on Harmony's board, so getting probably some acceleration going on, doesn't need to clutch so many turns in a row, and leaving also Tapio less turns with chances to find those missed energies.
Yeah, I think this is also Herman's last stadium, so if a festival grounds is found, that would stick in play. Yeah, at this point, I mean, as Tapio, do you consider it as conceding? It's going on to the next game, because remember, we only have that 50 minutes to play in these best of 3 matches. And, okay, the first game might not go your way, but you can still win the next 2 to win the round.
Yeah,
So,
he probably wants to just find that missed energy ASAP, forcing Herman's hand to probably take a knockout into this Meowth and not get the 3 prize turn, because there's not yet any Darumaka either in the bench. You could get it there in 1 turn if you get your last 2 tomes remaining, but also drawing into those, maybe one of those could be also prized, so we don't know that info yet. So
yeah, and it could also be that since the shaming came down, maybe Herman doesn't want to go into that Darumaka, Darmanitan line. And I think, I mean, you're just fine going for this lower approach here. I think the math sort of checks out. Okay, you get this 3 prize turn here pretty soon coming up. Then if Tapio is able to even get a knockout, then they would be at 3 prizes. You would go down to 1 prize on Herman's turn, and then you could just win on the next turn. So basically, Hermanni might need to set up a third Soul Arc if Tapio is able to get a couple of knockouts, but you could also go back into that clutch line. You could probably just win by clutching that Shaman if another Mist Energy is not found.
Yeah, and the last remaining Monkey Dory here is in the discard pile, so probably has to dig out a Night Stretcher or then a Double Dome to get this Adrena Brain here pulling that off. But I actually spied at least one tome in the hand. Camera angle doesn't let me see if there's another. He goes for the final check in his pretty thin deck. Doesn't want to probably draw into any more that many cards to close out the game.
Yeah. Maybe we don't have that play. Looks like benching at Badu. No, okay, we have the tomes. Okay.
Okay.
They were in there. We have the Monkey Dory. This is gonna be the big turn. Big reprise turn here. I mean, honestly, you could, in theory, just clutch again. You could just boss up that Shaman and keep clutching. I mean, you know that Tapio doesn't have the Mist Energy. At least probably, yeah. It maybe could have drawn into it like this last turn, and remember, Mist Energy doesn't take away an existing effect that turn. It would only prevent like effects that would happen after the Mist Energy was attached.
But decides to actually play Lily before even getting the knockout on this Meow. So probably there's this one line. Not sure if they have communicated yet with each other, but Tapio is actually running a hand trimmer here, so wants to prevent the deck out early.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Hermanni doesn't need that many cards. Maybe like boss orders throughout the rest of the game, but like he can draw through the rest of his deck very easily. So
Cool, calm, collected, doesn't move any extra over, just that one damage counter. Now wants to probably take a knockout here with Shred.
just counting if the poison would be relevant. Yeah, I think it makes sense to poison your Soul Arc. You can build up a bit more damage.
Yeah, and if the one shot comes to the active, it comes anyway. The poison doesn't really affect that because Seeking hits currently with angle for 180, so needs the Gladion anyway.
Yeah. Exactly. Now even playing that Gladion would be quite tough. You gotta have no other cards in your hand other than that Gladion in order to play it. And you would need it in order to get that knockout. Even a Kieran wouldn't be enough. I think I would like to see Tapio just packing it up. Here I don't really see a feasible win condition.
Okay, here comes the hand trimmer, getting rid of his own Gladion also in the process, but runs multiple copies of those, so it doesn't affect him that much. Hermanni now deciding what to discard and also checks the situation with his deck also, so we see a thinning of 3 Puffins and 1 Secret Box.
Yeah, usually you don't obviously want to discard the Secret Box, but at this point, I mean, you don't need it. You don't really need anything anymore. So,
Yeah, the lines for Tapio here are very thin already. Maybe we see an ignition energy attached. It's gonna be discarded, but
Yeah,
wants
just
to
need
go for
the-
the Gladion and now set up for 1 clutch card to save him next turn.
looks like the Twackies are going to be inserted out here. The other Twackies. Now remember, you can also get some cards into your hand after the Gladion has been played, but obviously has to get that Festival Grounds into play in order to get them out. So 0 card hand, but we'll have 4 cards from the Seeking plus the 2 prizes. So,
Yeah, he's gonna be starting with 7 cards. in his next turn for the round start draw also. So not too shabby, but I still don't believe he has the juice here in this matchup to get this going. But he also wants to probably check that if Harmony can get that third Zoroark going, but at this point maybe you could just attach to the Evil Tal twice. Or
Yeah.
the veteran.
The veteran also works. Yeah. Either one would be fine, I think.
Yeah, running 8 energies here. I spy 5 on the board already, and 2 just went to the discard pile at least, so
Okay, yeah, Tapio does decide to concede. The win con there was probably that Hermione wouldn't be able to set up another attacker, and then Tapio could maybe knock out that one Zork, and then Hermione would miss a knockout there, but yeah, no such luck.
but did he actually have it? He runs only 1 night stretch.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Maybe
not.
he fluffed his way through it.
Though, of course, even a boss's orders would have been fine. They're probably just clutching that. Shaming on the board could have been okay. You
Yeah, just spamming then some secondary damage, and Tapio couldn't use then his Swaggies either if his Shaman is stuck there, so has to naturally draw into those missed energies. I think at least 2 of those were in the discard pile already, so chances were pretty slim, even though the deck was also quite thinned out, so could have been also in the prize cards.
Yeah, it wasn't like unreasonable for Tapio to win that, but I think maybe like could have saved some time. But yeah, okay, very nice start here from Tapio in game 2.
Okay, we see already Raw Secret Box in the starting hand, and Hermione having to start with a Meow, so I think the roles are now reversed, and we might be seeing now some strong start here for Tapio. Let's see how Hermione will respond to this rapid fire start. Probably going to search for a body buffing at least. Yeah, expecting those rookies and probably some goldens also.
Great Bango, adding that 30 damage.
No, not her balloon though. This could open a possibility for stall, even for Hermione if he manages to get some body buffing and just boss orders to completely wreck Tapio's start, because he probably is going to rely on finding those wackies to turn after and getting going with those boom grooves.
Yeah, but has a very good hand there. And this time around, I mean, Herman is starting with that Meowth. You definitely don't want to see that. It's gonna be some really easy prizes potentially at some point.
Yeah, maybe let's see how many search outs Hermione gets here, but probably wouldn't mind seeing a body at this point to try to slow down this Tapio's great start, to prevent him from hitting those Twackies and Seekings. But here we see a fresh 8 new cards. I think there was at least one body buff in there and Pokemon also. So he's gonna hit those Choruos and maybe body you, or not sure what he wants to do after, but
Yeah.
there was actually only one Choruo in the hand, so you can go for the triple Choruo at least to prevent those from being wiped out.
Yeah. It could be that there are many times it's just not going to be useful in this game, because if the Darumaka comes down, I am sure the Shaming is going to be shown. And I mean, Tapio will probably just set up the Shaming whenever that's feasible to do.
Okay, here we see the body, but math lining up quite nicely still for Tapio, because if he hits that Seeking with now Bangle up and plays Gladion, which is albeit difficult to do under item lock, it would be exactly 1/7 damage. So promoting that Meow the turn after isn't an option.
Yeah. I think it. I think Tapio might have had a Lily in hand, so that would mean that it would be not possible to get the Gladion play this turn, as there would be no way of thinning that supporter out of the hand without any items. But I think you're probably fine just taking a knockout on this body.
Yeah, Harmony keeping the pace fast, goes for the Hitchipollen, but Tapio also has now the Wacky and Lilies and the Stadium, so piecing out this turn doesn't feel too hard. Let's see what he draws from the 8 cards, but if he just manages to hit even one Seeking and an Energy to go with it, he's pretty much set for next turn.
Yeah, we also saw that Darumaka being benched, so you would definitely want to find that Shaman. You can find it with Wacky, but then maybe you're not attacking if you use your Wacky for that Shaman. Depends totally on just how the hand is looking here for Tapio. I think I saw at least an energy there. Maybe a missed energy was found. I see some kind of water Pokemon there. I don't know if it's a Seeking or just a Goldeen. Could also be that Psyduck that's found in this list.
Yeah, but the math is 10 damage off now for the Darumaka turn because Seeking has currently 1 damage, or Golden has 1 damage counter on it, and if he ever was to Seeking, it is 1 and 10. So going for the Flame Body Cannon wouldn't knock out this. Yeah, there's the Seeking. So also Thwacky has enough HP to survive the Flame Body Cannon also. So is he promoting?
Yeah, Hermanni promoted that Sorua, but obviously you don't want to hit into it. You don't want to give that Monkey Dory damage over onto the other side. So
yeah, Monkey Dory would have actually wrecked this turn quite hard because then Flame Body Cannon is enough to knock out that Seeking and Goldeen in the bench, and then Tapio wouldn't have left any Festival Lead Pokemon on his side of the board, disable him Twacky's ability also.
yeah, I gotta imagine that with this Cyrano, this turn we're gonna just see those Sorwas evolving Zoroarks, and then we want to find an energy and a Zekrom, I think, just to KO that active Goldeen there. It has the Bango.
Discarding his one and only Monkey Dory, but in this build it doesn't hurt him that much because of the tomes. You actually want some of those Pokemons to be in the discard pile to be then later on switched into the play. For example, this Meow is prime target for that, for the double tome play. So
yeah, I gotta imagine that Meow is not going to be sticking there for a long time. When we find those tomes. Oh, but actually discarding a tome.
yeah, that makes him unable to play 2 sets of them because you need always 2 pieces to be played at the same time. So yeah,
Noin 20 minuuttia jäljellä kierrosta.
here the 20-minute timer being called also.
Yeah, about 20 minutes left of the match.
Herman still hasn't yet at least benched any ends Pokemon that could help this Zoroark to piece together and attack.
Yeah, Hermanni definitely does want to close out this game. If we only have 20 minutes, I mean, yeah, it could be pretty tough. It could end in a tie if we see Tapio winning this game, at least if it goes on for a long time. Let's hope that we can get a winner out of this round.
Yeah, deciding to retreat possibly into Meowth, or is he going for some kind of role play? No.
No. Man,
That's gonna sting.
that is pretty terrible. it doesn't matter as much to promote that Meowth. I mean, you gotta imagine that the Zoroark would have been getting KO'd. You don't really want to give that Darumaka over either. It doesn't matter if Tapio takes 2 prizes or 1 prize at this point. He has already taken 1. So at least now, you keep that Darumaka in play. But, that Shaman was found.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Tapio at this moment. Harmony missing all those ends Pokemon and 1 energy also to go with it to even being able to announce an attack.
Yeah, and with that Bango, I mean, you don't even need another damage modifier to get that knockout on the Meowth. You're gonna do 90 and then another 90.
Yeah,
Perfect math.
even if you now don't have any playable cards in hand, you would end up with 6, 10, Seal grows you 4, and you get 2 from Meowth and even turn card the turn after, so you're starting a turn with 13 cards.
Yeah, we see that Boom Boom Proof.
I'm searching for another Thwackey if he doesn't yet have it.
Looks like a balloon was found. Could also be that doesn't want to evolve that other rookie just yet. Maybe fearing some sort of a clutch play. Of course, if you evolve, then you can just reset any effects on those Pokemon. I think some kind of clutch play might be needed for Hermione to find a way to win this match.
Yeah, maybe. If he has another mist, besides with both mist and the balloon there, this prevents it from being clutched. But now shaming is still a target, but you have to put the mist energies beforehand to prevent the clutch. So maybe it's just good to start attaching.
Yeah, I think you see already another mist energy in the hand. So it's gonna be pretty tough for Hermione to find a way out of this. Tapio can just, at this point, set up these big price turns. Now it could be that the hand is really big, and maybe a Gladion would be difficult to get. But when you play that hand trimmer, usually you would play the hand trimmer to, grief your opponent's hand. But in this deck, I assume it's also used to make that Gladion a bit easier to play.
Yeah, sometimes you end up with hands that have multiple supporter or stadium cards that you really can't play, or just some party face when you're with a full bench. So having that hand trimmer option also to discard the unplayable cards from your hand, because then probably piecing it together with some secret balls or a couple of ultra balls to make your hand go to just that one card. So it's a smart inclusion of the deck.
Yeah, at this point.
Hermione now finds Zoroark, is able to finally get some attacks going on, but he still needs. Okay, there's the energy.
Okay, yeah, maybe could he combine this with a red card this turn? That would be potentially good. Might want to hold off on that.
Maybe decides now that since Tapio has so big hand, doesn't want to go for the red card, even if he had it, because now getting together a Gladion here this turn is actually quite difficult. It would require that hand trimmer to be played quite a lot of cards on Tapio's side.
Yeah, that is true. Though at this during this turn, I think Tapio would be also fine just going for a boss's orders. He does play 1 boss's orders. That could be a card that we see here. You could take a 1 prize knockout this turn, and then maybe go for that Gladion next turn. I think at this point you would want to set up another Grookey and another Thwackey, just for the threat of that red card. Though, I mean, you gotta imagine that if we see a special red card plus boss, that Swagykarp could be KO, then you would only have 3 cards. And maybe you won't be able to piece anything together.
Yeah, here we see again Tapio proactively attaching a mist energy to his benched Wacky. Now it can't be clutched either. This still leaves the shaming up for grabs, but it isn't just such a choose target because it's just there. But Wacky can search your deck also for those cards. So we see a boss's orders here. This hence Darumaka probably wants to prevent him any kind of multi-price turns.
And also, you couldn't take a knockout on the second round. You would only do 120, and that second round has 130 HP. So, with the boss orders, that Darumaka is the only Pokemon that can be KO'd.
Yeah, and also since it has that water weakness, he has the option now to hit something else, but considering the Mangidori threats, it might not be something he wants to do, but let's see. If Harmony promotes, for example, his Chakram, I think he's just gonna leave the second attack.
I also think he wouldn't want to draw the cards, like, because you have to draw 2 cards when you attack with Rapid Draw. You only want to have fewer cards in your hand at this point.
Yeah, getting the Gladion Blade does require the help of discarding or then having all cards being playable, since Super Dares and Stadium cards can just be played once turn. This needs some kind of self hand trimming or slimming.
Yeah. And at this point, I think Hermanni should just play this game until the end. You could also, I mean, at this point, maybe the Veltal could help by enough time that this game wouldn't conclude. And that would mean that Hermanni would just win because he won the first game.
Yeah, we've seen at least 3 mist energies being played already this turn, so if you manage to trap the shaming for 3 turns at least, it could buy you some time to run down this clock also.
Yeah, not a lot of time, but a little, maybe enough. We're not like talking about slow playing here or anything like that. It's still like totally legal moves, but just running on the clock could be an option. But I think a more likely option here is that boss orders on the Tracky, KOing it, and trying to prevent a knockout.
Yeah, but Hermione has to go for the pivotal play this turn because he benched me out. That opens up boss orders for a game now for Tapio because just the Bango and Seeking does 90 times 2, it's enough for those last 2 prize cards.
Yeah, from Herman's perspective, that would definitely be the case. Tapio does only play that one boss's order, so there is no other boss available. Whatever is in the active spot, we'll have to do. But yeah, this Evelto play, not a bad one here.
We see Evelton being benched. One last look at the discard pile. Probably wants to check out the amount of mist energies.
Noin 10 minuuttia jäljellä kierrosta.
10-minute timer just called right in.
Noin 10 minutes left.
Yeah, 10 minutes left. Is it enough time to run down the clock? I don't think so, honestly.
Yeah, me neither. We're probably going to see just like instant passes from Tapio. But I think I spied the mist energy in the hand already, so after this turn we will just probably attach it instantly and pass.
Yeah, it should just be the pass. Then, I mean, I guess Tapio could run out of energies. Still has some ignitions left, I think.
But probably next turn it's just retreat and then I don't know what's orders me out. But now since the last mist energy is on the Shaman and the air balloon, is already one piece discarded, so there's just one airball left. I mean, as a last resort with Harmony, you could just try to clutch up. Maybe that's a rookie? I don't know.
Yep.
If you evolve it, it has 2 retreat costs, so ignition energy does it, but the festival grounds and pass. So any future attempts for this clutch are not feasible, and I don't think that Harmony is playing Ruffian either. So now he's really back against it.
At this point, I think you just commit to this play. Going through the entire deck here. Only, I think, 1 or 2 cards left. And boss orders, okay. Going for a boss. And that red can play, okay. So, we tried pivotal play, but
Yeah, now if Tapio retreats here without air balloon, I think he has to do it with ignition energy. I think there's no other energies even left, but this Twacky could just be stuck here also.
yeah. So I think at this point, yeah, I think you just gotta go for that KO, hope that you can run them out of the game. But I think Tapio has the Gladion already in hand. Out of the red card, it's just gonna be a question of can he get the hand down to 0, and yes.
Okay. Clean play there.
Yeah.
Draws everything he needs from the special red card and even has all of those cards being playable. So no troubles there. Trying to play his hand down to 0. And we are moving on to this game 3, even though the clock is ticking, so we're going to probably see some rapid fire moves if we're going to see a conclusion to this match.
I think honestly, yeah, we're gonna have to see some really fast gameplay, or it's gonna be a tie. Maybe some kind of like a donk could happen. Maybe if one player starts with only 1 Pokemon, they could be overrun. I think either deck can have potential for that. So
yeah, well, we have seen already both players having that Meowth EX solo start in games 1 and 2. So if we are hitting the 3rd one, maybe maybe we can see some 3rd game also happening.
yeah, looks like Psyduck. Definitely not a Pokemon you want to see. But body Puffin.
Yeah, since Hermione lost that game, he decided that he wants to go second. I think probably Tapio doesn't mind going first either. Psyduck being not optimal starter here for this matchup can be just an hindrance here because there's no Dusknoir in Hermione's deck list, but let's see, if both players are able to bench down enough basic Pokemon, I think we're not going to see conclusion.
I think that's another secret box start from Tapio. That is pretty crazy.
He just has it.
He always has it.
He's him today. He needed just one match to calibrate his luck, but now he's on a roll. And we also see him discarding that single Pokemon catcher, which is actually quite nice to go with Gladion decks, even though it's a flippy card, but you can search it out if you're in a pinch.
Yeah, you definitely want cards that you can just insta-play. So, yeah, probably deciding to retreat so that doesn't get watched. I would be really interested to know why Tapio is playing this other gold in here. I mean, the other one already has the festival lead, so you can use the Boom Boom Grooves even with just that basic Pokemon.
Maybe he wants to just dodge the Phantom Dive since it's 70 HP.
Could be, yeah.
Some survivability there because he doesn't play Rapska either.
Yeah, I think that almost definitely has to be the case. there. I don't imagine that that attack is doing anything. Either you would have to attach twice to it.
Yeah, here we see the body buffing also for Hermione, so that means we are going to a quite long game already. I think we do have the plus 3 turns, so if Tapio can take a 2-prize knockout on the following turn here, we could see the chances for him to close out this game, but I think for Hermione, he's just playing for a draw now.
Yeah. For sure. I really struggle to see how this game could end in anything other than a draw. Maybe if Herman is dead, his hand is completely dead. Could be that we see something like that, but yeah. The Lily is being played. Probably gonna find some other Pokemon. There's not gonna be any sort of board wipes happening here anytime soon. I mean, maybe if the deep lane was in the deck, you could do enough damage, but the Seeking not quite getting there.
Yeah, and if we wouldn't have seen his second golden bench, Hermione could have been sneaky here this turn. Like, with the Zero's attack, if we managed to get the bench around that energy going on, if there was just a lone 50 HP golden, there would have been a knockout also, but yeah, besides the retreat probably the body trying to stall Tapio's great start already. But there's Lily, Stadium, and Go Seeking here on the hand, so we're probably gonna see him come right swinging from the gates from the get-go.
Yeah, I think. I mean, you definitely want to prevent that Gladion being played. This would have been a great Gladion turn from Tapio here. You could take a guaranteed 2-prize turn with that Gladion. Nothing to survive the attacks, but you only see that Lily's here. Still fine, but I think the clock is ticking down. Both players have so many Pokemon in play. We even saw that Ibelto being benched, probably signaling that Hermione is just going for that time.
Yeah, and he's going to promote it probably after the first Seeking attack and tank it hit, since it has also free retreat cost, but also serves as a threat to clutch this Psyduck or Shaman or literally anything in the bench. Oh, but did I see this correctly? Tapio whipped his energy and went to whack his fighter.
Was actually going for an attack, but then realized, oh, no energy. Has to just pass the turn.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Here, I mean, everyone is getting set up. If there was just a little bit more time, I think we could see an interesting game here.
Yeah, the Psyduck really would here become a hindrance to Tapio's bench, because now he has to bench both Psyduck and Saving, so he's operating on a really tight resources here. Only 4 flex slots here, and you need at least 2 Goldens to be promoted in the active spots to come Seeking, and then maybe some Twackies, so let's see.
Yeah, another Itchy Pollen coming down here. And yeah, we see the attack. No other attack.
Doesn't want to give those 3 damage counters for Hermione's side of the field. Probably now we see Hermione going for that boss's orders. If he managed to find one, I don't see him trying to price raise this at all. Maybe it could be an option though, if you start swinging.
Time has been called, so that's gonna be. Maybe if either player conceded a bit earlier in the games they lost, but I mean, I think in both of those games they still had a feasible way of winning.
Yeah, well, I'm doubtful about that game 1. I think the line will be real rough, but I think Hermione playing it out for the clutch play for the game 2 because his deck can't finish probably that fast for the game 3, so
Yeah.
he just had to play it out for the game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you just take your chances at that point. Yeah, maybe Tokyo should have conceded a bit earlier in that game 1. Maybe going for a bit of that like copium angle there, but still, I mean, if you have the slightest chance there, it's really tough to make the call when to actually concede the game.
Yeah, that is some skill that is needed also in the top tables, I believe, in this tournament later on in the day. And also, it's quite rough starting out with a draw in this kind of tournament because we have only 7 Swiss rounds. We didn't hit the kicker for the 8 Swiss rounds, so I think you need probably 5-1 and 1 to guarantee the top cuts.
Yeah, it could also be that 5-1-1 wouldn't actually be enough. It could be a bubble angle with so many players playing in this tournament. Yeah, probably at least 6 wins is going to be something that's needed, but obviously another player is out. Still, if you don't know, by winning you get 3 match points, and then by getting a draw you get 1 match point. By losing you get 0. So you want to accumulate those points to be able to advance into the next stage.
Yeah. And we're probably going to be taking a little break here now that round 1 has finished. But stay tuned, we're going to be returning with the round 2 action right after. We have still some tables playing here, but
Yeah,
we're going to stream every round.
yeah, we'll be back pretty soon. All right, and we're back. We have the players setting up for round two, but in the meantime, we wanted to yap a little bit about, of course, the format, because we have a new set legal for this weekend. What do you think?
Yeah, well, Pitch Black really brings new fresh air to this Dragapool field format. I think we're still going to see Dragapools quite a lot. We have new exciting archetypes such as Mega Excadrill popping up here. I think it's going to be quite we have the round started now. Just call came on our backs, so we were yapping about Mega Excadrill.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of new archetypes coming out of this new set. We've had some sets that maybe they introduced a couple good cards, something like Meowth EX or a special red card, something like that more like helps the existing archetypes. But specifically here, I mean, we saw Hide and Sneak, which I hope we can feature later on in this tournament. And then, of course, that Mega Excadrill, a really good contender in the format. And we might be even seeing that here quite soon.
Yeah, I think our round two is going to be already soon starting here also in the stream feature table. We are going to have Juho Kallamo against Pilve Karasku, who's our local senior from Tampere, repping our city.
Yeah, it's really interesting in this format since we have all the age divisions like in the same tournament. Obviously, could be a little bit more challenging, but we can also see some talent from some of these younger players who have so much spirit going into this game.
Yes, and here we also got the start call for the stream matchup, and it seems that Juho is going to be starting, and did I already spy great hand from there, but
Yeah, looks like an ace pick there, but actually opting for that hero scale. A lot of these lists are playing the trolley, which of course allows you to search for as many basics as you like, put them onto your bench. But here opting for that hero scape, giving you some more HP, definitely going to be very strong in this matchup specifically. But I mean, you really rely on those Beldums and Metangs to get going with your energies, and you don't see any of those on the board.
yeah, luckily you started with Drillbur, which has the call for family, can set up even under item lock from probably a Badiou that's going to come out here from Willy now. And here we see the Badiou already, only needs the energy to retreat that, but once he gets under item lock, you will need to set up with that call for family. Search out probably a Beldum and Genesect to get that Mega Excadrill going, but if he hits that Mega Excadrill in the active spot with the Hero Scape, I think 440 HP is so tanky that that even two Phantom Dives isn't enough. You need to pop at least one Dusclops to go with it, and that means that there isn't any like ice creams played or anything like that. So that's something that can screw the math.
Yeah, I'm sure after we see these Lily cards drawn here, I think Billy will definitely be going for that Itchy Pollen. Already has that on the board, and yeah, pretty good can drawn there. We have the Dracula for next turn. We even have a Risky Ruins to build up some damage. And yeah, we're just gonna see the retreat into that Itchy Pollen. And yeah, not like irrelevant damage. With the weakness on the Drillbur, you do 20, and yeah, that can actually be like a pretty good amount of damage. here.
Yeah, and since we didn't see any Beldums last turn, I think Mega Excadrill is still feasible in this turn, but needs to be drawn either straight up from these lilies or to find a Genesect from the hand. And I think Genesect would be quite nice to be able to chain those Metangs then afterwards also.
Yeah, this deck is quite interesting. It sort of a lot of decks tend to play a lot of cards from the hand, but when Excadrill sets up, it sort of just plays from the board. You have those Metangs that can accelerate energy. Then you can search your Pokemon with Genesect EX, and Excadrill is so tanky that it's gonna be sticking there for a couple of turns, doing big damage.
Yeah, and here also, Juho doesn't hesitate to put the Hero's Capes immediately on the play. Dragapult rarely do get going that fast, and here we see also Willy doesn't even play any rare candies as is the standard, so probably the maximum damage output could be something like a Crispin to a Track Cloak and then a Dust, and still not enough. So
Yeah, there we see that call for family, and exactly as you predicted, we see the Genesect and the Beldum.
And I think here in the early game, Mega Excadrill just wants to go for the Undermine. Since Dragapult is a really consistent deck, but since it draws so many cards, it kind of relies on hitting all those singular cards or during the match. So just milling two off the top of their opponent's deck can really hurt the late game of Dragapult if he manages to hit some of those key resources such as Boss's Orders or Night Stretchers or Energies.
Yeah, for sure. Depending there whether to take the energy, 3P, opts for the fire energy there. You definitely want to find an energy attachment this turn. Something you always want to see as Dragapult. Very interesting. Yeah. Decides to play the Lily. I could also see just holding that hand there. That was the unfair stamp available already in the hand. Though the stamp doesn't really do that much against Excadrill.
Yeah, once it gets to this board state, it can just search anything, every Pokemon, every energy out of the deck. So then it just relies on hitting the top decks. Probably if they bench a Fezandipity later, they can maybe accelerate some of their draws, but we're probably going to see slowly setting up more 3Ps here. 90 HP on the Track Cloak is quite rough for this matchup since Undermine hits exact for 90 damage. So if Juho manages to just find Boss's Orders, he doesn't need anything else for his next turn because Genesect will be searching for the Mega Excadrill, and it has already the two needed energies.
Yeah, that would force Willy to find a Crispin to accelerate energies into play next turn, which, isn't like the worst supporter to be playing, but you would probably want to play something else. I mean, something to note here is also the Risky Ruins has done quite a bit of damage already onto Juho's board. We see the 20 damage on Genesect, and then on those Beldums. So, you get some Phantom Dumps in there. You could be looking at like a price map of knocking out maybe one Excadrill and then going for that Genesect plus a Beldum. Yep, we see another Itchy Pollen here, and 40 damage, yeah, pretty good already. With that cape, when Excadrill is played, it would then have 440 HP, and obviously with that 40 damage on it, then you can do 200 and 200. Though, I mean, it's been a hot summer, and Juho has brought some ice cream.
Exactly. So screw Willy's math majorly here if he manages to draw into some, because the 80 heal is massive. So will force at least one Dusknoir to be popped in addition to those two Phantom Dives. So once you get this this Excadrill setup here with the cape, it's really rough out here.
Yeah, of course, that healing card, Jumbo Ice Cream, very meaningful in this matchup specifically. Dragapult is not known for taking like one hit knockouts. It builds up damage and takes these massive multi-price turns, and that's why it's been the most dominant deck in the format. But yeah, I mean, Excadrill definitely a tougher matchup for this super strong archetype.
Yeah, I think luckily here now for Willy, Juho doesn't have the boss orders in hand, so Draclog with 1 energy is safe, and meaning doesn't need to find any Crispin or Rosa next turn to get Phantom Dabs going, probably going to just promote the Draclog straight up when this body is being knocked out and then start swinging. But there are also some juicy targets on the bench, such as the Genesect with 20 damage counters already from the Risk Ruins, so could be an option.
Yeah, and I do like a lot what Juho is doing here, basically going for that ice cream already, preparing for a turn where he could maybe find multiple jumbo ice creams and potentially piece like a very big healing turn together, or getting set up very nicely here, and we see that underlines KOing Badu and discarding a couple of cards, not like super bad.
Yeah.
Dragapult.
One Dragapult maybe could be relevant later on, but since Willy plays 3 of those, I think now the juiciest play could maybe be targeting that Metang and then Phantom Diving that Beldum would completely dry out Juho's acceleration.
The unfair stamp found there. I think this could be a really good turn to play that. You already know that the ice cream is in hand, and if you can just, blank up Juho's hand, I mean, there is no onboard draw on Juho's side. No, there's nothing. No way to get anything other than some evolutions into your hand. You could be seeing a turn where you get to this Phantom Dive and there is no healing.
That's definitely an option also, since then it would threaten a multi-price turn on the following turn, and just getting those 2 prize cards and wouldn't even probably activate then the Peasant Liberty either, but maybe the unfair stamp in the boss orders to delete all those metal makers from the opposite side could be beneficial in the long run, but I think just swinging head on isn't that bad either. But my point was that if you take both Metang and Beldum out and Juho weaves the attachment for the turn, he can only hit for 200.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're not super likely to whip the energy. The deck plays 15 usually. Juho has 16, so even one more than a lot of these lists do. I'm not sure. Really might have Dunsmore priced. That could be a pretty good card to play this turn. You could hit the 200 onto this Excadrill, then Phantom Dive, KO the Beldum, and also KO the Metang with the Dusknoir, basically taking away all sorts of energy acceleration and also damaging that Excadrill, which you will probably have to KO at some point.
Yeah, and here's the hand attachment, probably going to PC and an evolution soon after. Now deciding between a Night Stretcher and a Crispin. Probably wants to check what's in the discard pile. Also the energy counts there to if Crispin is relevant here.
And that's a nice tell for all of you. If you ever see after a recon directive someone checking their discard pile, they probably have a Night Stretcher there as an option.
Yeah, that's so true. So if you would be cheeky about it, you would need to check your discard pile at the start of your turn before you start reconning. So to kind of hide the fact that you are seeing Night Stretcher as an option.
Yeah. Interesting. Hoping that Dust Gloves there. Doing some damage to that Metang, wants to take a knockout on that.
Yeah, this is also a line because now there is not a guaranteed knockout for Juho next turn. If he whips energy and there's less metal makers also available, but however, he still has that Genesect, so getting another Metang into play is going to be sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think maybe since you can't get the knockout, you could just sort of chill, maybe knock out that Beldum, and then keep that Dusk Gloves in play. Maybe if you draw into the Dusk Noir, that could be good next turn. But
I think the reason was to pop it now, since Juho is going to be drawing a price card out of it, so it gets shuffled back and doesn't get it later, but it puts it also Juho into even price map, so now he can just go 2 and 2.
yeah, though I think you're probably popping that other Dusk Skull at some point.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
would the correct play then be to
okay, so
Phantom
Phantom Dive,
Dive?
the knockout on the Metang, and then setting up the Phantom Dive knockouts on both Trilber and some damage on Beldum. Can't really argue with that.
Okay, and let's see the hand. Do we have Peasant DPT or
With an energy, so we know the knockout is coming for sure. But do we have any ice creams?
we're probably going to see here now Genesect searching for Metang and another Mega X that will chain the future turns together seamless fashion. Eyeing up also that Metagross there.
Yeah. We see an old ball in hand, so we'll be going for the serendipity. Quite interesting.
There's only two copies of Mega Excadrill, so the other one would be also priced. Reading from this search.
I mean, yeah, you would probably want to evolve it. You don't want to give an easy price map over to Billy. I mean, see, I mean, yeah, Billy could actually just win next turn.
He's 10 off, I think. There's 4
Yeah, I
on
think-
Metang and 1 on.
I mean, I think with a Monkey Dory, so there would need to be a Rose's Encouragement to load up a Dragapult, then a Dusk Gloves, and a Monkey Dory and a Dark Energy, if no healing happens this turn.
Yeah.
So would need quite a few pieces there, but definitely possible to do. Dragapult, known to be a very consistent deck.
Yeah, but that's still asking quite a lot for even Dragapult.
Yeah.
Since there are only 2 Recon directives available. Maybe if we can get like Peasant DPT after this turn or something, but there's a real threat now for Willy to take the game also, or at least a line to take the game home next turn.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we will see some healing on assuming this turn. Yep.
Instant decision here from Juho. Going for the Transceiver Petrol. Jumbo Ice Cream Chain now guarantees that this Mega Excadrill won't be knocking out next turn, since that would require Dusk Noir. But
Yeah, really not playing any rare candies, so a Dusk Noir is not possible.
yeah, but Dusk Gloves plus Monkey Dory would be, but I think there's only 2 damage counters on each of his bench Pokemon here, so can't place 30 damage counters on this Mega Excadrill to go with the Dusk Gloves 50.
I think. I mean, this turn, I think really almost has to knock out that Excadrill because of that Dusclops pop earlier. I mean, now knocking out a Dragapult would be enough to win the game for Juho. Looking pretty tough. I mean,
I think right now it's impossible. He probably needs to know how would he do this? Maybe Dragcloak hitting 70 and then Rosa. Okay, we probably see a scoop here from Willy. Realizes that he's 10 off even with Dusclops plus Monkey with 20.
yeah.
That's 10 off from knocking out this huge caped Excadrill. Here we see the conclusion to game 1. You were taking it home.
Yeah, we definitely see there, like, Dragapult can have a pretty good, like, aggressive position, but even just one ice cream can just throw off the mat completely.
You are prepping for that hot summer day here, bringing a lot of ice creams with him. Definitely not a bad idea here. Throwing Willy's mat here off the charge and keeping his Mega Excadrill alive and healthy to take out the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Willy coming in with this very prominent, popular archetype, coming in with the main course, but Juho had the dessert there.
Exactly.
With the ice creams, ready to heal. And yeah, I mean,
He had the last laugh. Always room for some desserts.
Something to note, of course, is Mega Excadrill is very vulnerable to early game disruption. So if we see something like an Itchy Pollen here coming turn 2, and maybe not the start of Drillbur, if we see something like maybe a Metacross, not Metacross, Genesect, I mean, or maybe also playing that Mega Skarmory, something like that could be in the active spot. You don't want to start
even just a lone Beldum, because
Yep.
you have to retreat somehow. And since the Drillbur can search out those guys for you, but getting the energy also needs to be found. So here we see. Oh, a Meowth start
That
again.
is unlucky.
I think I saw the cape.
Yeah, I think the cape already.
And
Yeah.
starting with the drill bar, this is like foolproof. It can just power through a body you start. You can just search your friends. Just a singular Beldum and the Genesect will already provide you chances to start undermining your opponent's strategy here.
Yeah, something to know is, you know, some of these Dragapult lists do tend to play Jamming Tower, which could shut off that Hero's Cape. And, you know, could be very, very, very good in this matchup, but really unfortunately not playing that, opting for only those risky ruins.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the Arnie style build, which we have seen also in the NAIC. So
Yeah.
quite close to it, at least with a single glance.
I think Arni was playing hammers. We don't see any of those, and that's probably a good thing. They don't do that much against Excadrill. Maybe in the early game, you know, hammerheads can be good. Choice. Does he opt for that call for family? Also, already has access to that Excadrill. So
I think going for the undermine here could be actually great, because then Willy has to burn yet another energy if he wants to bring another body to the active spot, but decides to search for two mechanics. Does he have it already now?
okay, we only see the call for family. I think the hand might be looking like you need a little bit of help from your friends.
Yeah, and playing it slowly and methodically, just what you expect from our internationals champion Juho. So I think this is the safer approach. Now we see the boss's orders to try to stall out the game. This is actually great combined with H Pollen, since there is not yet a air balloon on the play, but I think two Metangs can power through this he can also start swinging with Genesect also. This deck is notoriously good for that there isn't really a target that you can lock down.
Yeah, you can always find those energies. Obviously, you can whiff. We've all seen it happen. This Matang was initially played with Dialga B-Star when this card came out. You could take an extra turn, but after Dialga rotated a couple seasons ago, we haven't really seen the Matang do anything. But now the Excadrill giving us a partner that we can accelerate energies to again.
Yeah, and it's a really strong engine. Like, once you get those basics on the board, you have search for all the resources you want. Then you just have to hit those supportive elements, let's say gusts and tools and whatnot. But you are starting aggressively here, attaching already to the Genesect. He probably now, with the third attachment, if he has one, has the option to either take knockout with this Genesect or with Mega Excadrill. Slams it. Here for the Excadrill wants to go for those mills, which can really hurt Dragapult. Oh, and that's a boss orders there.
Yeah, the Pokepad, which you would definitely like to have seen there. Now this does open up the door for that unfair stamp scene in Vinny's hand. But, I mean, at this point, you're really on the back foot here.
Yeah, I think Juho doesn't lay a gear on here, but has the switch, so now the two bosses orders have already been gone to the discard pile. I think later point of this game, just retreating this with switch can be... Oh, we see also one shield breaking, so we're gonna switch that.
Yep.
Smartly just goes for the discarded energy we replaced later on in the game. That's how you tell a professional from an amateur.
Yeah. I'm sure it has some extra sleeves. Yeah, to replace that. We gotta keep the games honest. We're gonna make sure that there's no marked cards. So
But doesn't waste any time replacing it now, just marks it sideways to the discard pile to be replaced between the games to not disturb the flow of the game. Pretty smart approach here.
yeah, Juho definitely someone who has been around the block for a while. Great player internationally, one of the top players in the world. I'm really here going for that body pop and getting set up a little bit here. I mean, this is still definitely like winnable, I'd say. You can still get there. Maybe we need to get involved.
Yeah, and the thing that he now has two bosses orders in discard pile and has only one left, I think the line I would have liked to see here is maybe boss up the Genesect and try to hit for 210 piece out together a multi-price turn, but now since you have only one gust left, it's going to be just probably swinging into this Mega Excadrill turn after turn.
Yeah, each column there. Honestly,
Probably
at
the
this
line is to play Dragapult next turn, try to evolve the Dragapult on the bench, and then piece it together with Rosa. Try to get the double hit, and even then it needs the Dusclops, and you are not hitting hitting that ice cream. Maybe Dusknoir could then offset the math a little, but yeah.
Yeah. And of course, our graphic here does say it's still a 0-0, but Juho did win game one. So if Juho is able to bring a win out of this, he would also win the set and get those vital 3 points.
Yeah, both players actually started this tournament with a draw also. So really looking to get that win on the board, because as we discussed also earlier, since we were so close of hitting that 8 Swiss round, now that we don't have it, I think 5-1 and 1 would also bubble you out.
Yeah, Yeah, I think definitely, especially if you're getting it so early on, your percentages could be a bit worse than someone else. Okay, this is
This is now looking rough. He managed to find the boss's orders onto the lone drag log that was in the play. This means a lot of more itchy pollens just try to stall out the game and build another drag log. But
you're kicking someone while they're down. At this point, the Executive with that hero's cape there, it's hard to see how this mammoth of a Pokemon could ever be taken down. But you know, really has been playing this archetype for a long time. And maybe even out of this, he could be able to bring some sort of a win condition still.
yeah, maybe I mean now discarding that Monkey Dory, but honestly, just going for the Mind Bend at this point wouldn't be actually a bad play.
Yeah, Mind Bend could be a line here. Just confuse the opponent. Maybe they won't be able to hit.
Since there's only one switch card, no Kierans or anything, so retreating with that 4 energy retreat cost is going to cost a lot, so probably the last option, so the Confuse would probably stay.
Yeah, I would imagine so. For sure. But yeah, we're not opting for that. We still have that itchy pollen, but it's honestly not doing a whole lot here.
Yeah, Juho has everything he needs already on the board, so each polling isn't doing anything, and since it's the resistance is also now, it won't get even to the point of like 2 phantom dives doing the job for you. So I think honestly going for the Mungidori route here is the only option you can cling into this game.
Yeah, perhaps if a bit earlier we saw a couple Duskulls benched, we could have seen a turn where maybe Billy was able to get access to 2 Dusk Noirs, so maybe popping 1, then using Night Stretcher to get 1 back, maybe peace out a knockout that way on the Excadrill, and we don't see any other attackers currently set up on the board. Something like that could have been an option, but
Yeah, now the bench is locked also, so once Yuba takes this next knockout, I think I would really like to see the Monkidori here, but let's see what's the call here. I think since if Yuba takes a singular prize card, he will be on 3 prizes, so popping the Dusk or the Dusk Glops now is going to feel also really bad, so this is closer to a checkmate here than
yeah, this is kind of how this archetype works. I mean, it doesn't do a whole lot, but it does just enough. I mean, you're constantly setting up your board to be stronger, and you don't really need a lot to get going. That Genesect is so strong in finding your evolutions.
yeah, and also that Heroes game now that the deck has set up really brings the sturdiness of this deck to another level. Like we always see most of the players going for that consistent trolley build, like you get you hit the round running and and just start swinging, but the 340 HP still maybe a little too close to comfort. Just 1 Phantom Dive and Dasnor and 1 ping from anything like beat Monkidori, beat but you like now that you have arrived at this point, like, nothing's stopping you. And you were even opened with the Heroes Cape on both games, so
We see the discard of the Rosa, Dust Gloves. Maybe not like super relevant. I think if 1 more Dragapult is going down, you know, even at first Dragapult, we actually haven't seen a Dragapult yet in this game. It's pretty tough. Whenever you only get 1 Dragcloak, you can just chase that. Even with this build, like you can sometimes set up a pheasant DPT early game against Dragonbolt, and you can pick off those drag logs from the bench as they evolve. And if you don't play those rare candies, you can't really do anything against that.
Yeah, as once a great streamer said, you really have to look for that cruel arrow play.
Yeah. Blue arrow, I mean, pheasant DPT mostly used for that draw after those knockouts, but also obviously a very strong attack. Sniping that 100 damage. Yeah, though as really, I mean, I don't know what we're really hoping for at this point.
Yeah, since Excadrill has already all the needed energies there in play, it can just take full knockout. All you has to do is probably like set up a Metagross, or he can even swing with Genesect boss, like anything.
Yep. I think game one was like quite close, but here we really see how if Excadrill gets to get a lead, things can just spiral out of control. And I mean, Juho didn't have a great start in either of these games. Sure, the Drillbur is nice, but no body Poffins were found on turn one in either of these games.
Yeah, I think this slower approach with the call for family, playing 4 of those, really wanting to maximize that, starting with that since he doesn't play trolley. So here we see also the evolve into Dusknor. If we see now also evolve into Dragapult, I don't think like he can just knock it back, and then the Dusknor is 3 retreat liability there. Especially now since the Rosa is discarded, because he cannot even set up energies for that.
Yeah, I think we kind of needed to see the Monkey Dory play. It is a desperation play for sure, but I mean anything at this point. I don't really see any way of winning by just attacking with Phantom Dive here. If that Hero Escape wasn't there, sure. I mean, this would be good. You would knock out the Excadrill with Dusknor plus Dragapult, but
Now goes for that Crispin. Is there enough energy in the deck? There are 2, so can attach 1. Still opting for the track low. I think it's a little too little too late. There also was the Monkey Dory on hand. I mean, just attaching Darkness Energy to there, and then, well, I think it's a little too late at this point. Also the Monkey Dory, since now the retreat cost doesn't hurt so much if you just take last prize card with Metagross.
yeah, I mean at this point, I think if he just takes the knockout here, he could just boss up that Duskmore. It won't be retreating, and if you decide to pop it, you will be giving the last prize over the Juho. So should win by actually decking out. Really.
Yeah, I think we are just playing for the sake of it at this point. I think there's a checkmate already on the board, but
Yeah,
we'll see Juho closing it out pretty soon, I think.
yeah, I think this is definitely going to seal it. We will be seeing Petrol here playing that, and I'm sure getting that ice cream again. Yep. Going for that heal.
Leaves nothing to chance here. Pretty clean play from Juho. And I think probably what was holding Willis' probably train of thought for that Monkey Dory play was that a lot of Mega Excadrill lists tend to play far more Kierans and switch outs, so probably thought that the Monkey Dory play wouldn't be that well. But here we see scoop from Billy, Juho takes it home, and
Yeah.
we have our conclusion for the second round matchup.
Yeah, I think this might be the story going into this weekend here. We see some of these new approaches to the game, like Mega Excadrill, maybe even that hide and sneak coming in and taking on the top dog of Dragapult. And I mean, it remains to be seen if they can dethrone this king who has reigned over the standard format for so long. It feels like every set you just gotta go, oh, yeah, maybe I'll just play Dragapult. It's the best deck.
Yeah, it's definitely the deck that has the target on its back from tournament to tournament, probably until rotation.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some ways of countering it, but it's a bit tough. And definitely, I mean, this specific list was not really playing anything against Excadrill, but if Excadrill becomes a problem, I'm sure Dragapult could adapt to that. But maybe like early on in this meta, Excadrill looking like the Dragapult killer.
Yeah, and we see also some of the Dragapult builds now gravitating towards the Blaziken variant, now that you can just hit for weakness of the Mega Excadrill for 400, so probably you'd still need some to go with it, but 400 is against every other variant, the Cape variant, the killer. And I think our round here is complete. We'll be going now for a little break and tune in for round 3 action.
Yep. All right, and we're back, and we actually have a winner's interview with our round 2 winner here, Juho Kallama. I mean, we were saying like you were just basically kicking someone while they're down in the second game. There, very dominant showing. Game 1 maybe a bit more dicey, but game 2 really showing how Dragapult is struggling with this archetype.
Yeah.
So I know you've tried out quite a few archetypes, basically here for the last year or so, and now playing this new deck on the block. What made you choose this?
Yeah, I haven't tested this format at all. The first time I touched cards since NIAC was yesterday. So this deck seemed like my kind of deck, and it's easy enough to play, but I don't come play it cold turkey. that's why I chose it. And like, I would have played Rockets, but it's not in a good meta position right now. The Expedia matchup is terrible, and like, Festival lead gets much worse than matchup. And like, so I felt like, yeah, do something else. And I just edited about this one.
Yeah, there are also some similarities, probably the play style in regards to Miraidon you have played.
Yeah, kind of.
History.
Yeah, the electric drain is the same thing, but really it's still kind of different in a sense. So it's more time. Like I played like Jordan Remix, which is kind of like so detailed to the games. So it's like
Yeah. That's good. We talked a little bit about the A-spec choice for this deck. I mean, we've seen a lot of builds going for that trolley, trying to get those basics set up, but you have opted for the Heroescape, and we obviously saw that being super good in this matchup specifically, but
stadiums and tools which aren't that good, and like the trolley is really bad when you go first against the Purple. Like, yeah, it would have been terrible in both. But I did start with the ace pick in my hand, both times. So I was thinking like maybe if there was something else it would have been better, but it worked out. So it's like,
yeah, I mean, you know what they say. They always have it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It felt really good both games. It was really hard to knock out the expert. I was counting like, yeah, he does know in the first game, and in second game in that opinion, so it's not like
yeah, it feels almost impossible. Like, especially as the prices start going, it feels like a mountain too high to climb for Dragapult at least. Maybe some other decks can reach those higher numbers, but not that many decks, honestly. There's not that many like OCO decks in this format.
yeah.
Yeah, is there any like, are there any matchups that you might be afraid to hit?
Well, I hit so much last time. Not one of those again.
Okay, yeah.
But like, I don't know. Like Asam is probably a bad matchup. I think it's bad matchup. I haven't tested, so I can't really say what matchup I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Maybe more pulled. That's what I want to see because now I know how to play the matchup. So.
Yeah. So you're the swiping, but
Yeah,
I mean, you've shown definitely that you are a player capable of vibing your way through these tournaments. So also actually a quite interesting card here, the Mega Skarmer EX. Have you had any use of that so far in the tournament?
Not really, yeah, but it's like you could cut your bosses out of it completely. I thought I want to play them still, but it's like when you want to kill like late game 2 prices, it's easy to do with Scrummer. It's like good for that.
Very easy to set up. Well,
Yeah, nice insight there. But I think we're going to now let you go and prep for the next round. Thanks
you.
for the interview, and we'll be right back for the start of the next round.
All right, we're back.
We're back and round 3 has just started. I think we can dive right into the matchup. We have Juuso Toivonen playing hide and sneak versus Mateus Wancel playing slotbox.
Yeah, quite an interesting matchup here. Of course, hide and sneak, the new kid on the block, aims to discard those hide and sneak Pokemon, kind of like these old archetypes like Night March or Mad Party, these types of things. And then that unlocks certain attacks in the deck. I'm sure we'll get to those. And then on Mateus' side, a sort of slot box, basic box, good basic Pokemon, basically doing strong things.
Yeah, and here we see Juuso starting out with the Shuppet and Telepathic Energy, searching him some Delmices, and Mateus also could start there, already cracking the Glassroom, but also to accelerate the energies on the play by a lot, and bringing that Mega Kangaskhan there to get him some draws, together with those Meowth EXs searching for the supporter cards.
Yeah, this is what an interesting matchup, because sure, we have a one price deck, and typically, like against these types of aggressive two price decks, one price sort of beat stick decks can be quite oppressive. But you're not really getting any easy one hit KOs with this hide and sneak archetype. So, we could see maybe the KO on the Meowth, but other than that, the damage is not going to be enough. That Delmice only hits for 170 damage, and Bennett can do 80, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but also we could see some Sinistra evolving in the Poltergeist and then spinning some damage counters on the board, softening them up to be one shot, but later on when it's applied to every Pokemon, then it's kind of impossible to dodge with bumping your own stadium and clearing those. So maybe that's one way to approach this matchup as the hide and sneak.
Yeah, definitely Juuso's build here going more into that spreading approach. We have seen some lists that don't play that many of these poltergeists, rather opting for that Delmice. But here we see the Spiritomb featured, we see the spreading approaches, so I think that's going to be very relevant here in this matchup. Here, looks like we will be seeing the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn promoted. I'm sure we've all played games, maybe especially someone here right next to me with this card has been basically good for the entirety of its existence in the standard format. Played a bit less in sometimes, but most of the time been pretty good.
Yeah, and here we see the torrential pump and the energies being shuffled. Maybe I would have liked to seen also just hitting the 100, keeping the threat of getting those multi-price knockouts later on if Juuso decides to bench any maybe more Shuppets or Sinistras into play. But now that the Shaman has hit the bench early on, I think no more no more multi-price turns is gonna be seen unless Mateus goes aggressively after that Shaman, forcing Juuso to find some Night Stretchers. And now that Juuso got some hide and sneak Pokemon already with the Prism Tower discard pile, and now that Panet was knocked out, he has already unlocked the 170 Vengeful Anchor from Delmice. So getting that when also to draw him a huge hand. So now it is quite safe to bench that Sinischa. Probably lead into this anchor followed by maybe a matcha spin, I'd say. But we see here a hit from Juuso, 170 on that wellspring. Now it's back on Mateo's side of it.
Yeah, I just got a comment on these beautiful full arts on a user side. Some great trainer full arts there. And also some beautiful cards like that full art Ogre Pawn on Mateos' side.
Yeah, and also playing playset of those pre-release stamped Delmices there.
Yeah, beautiful cards. Always like to bling those decks myself as well. I really like going for those full out supporters. Yeah, but here, from Mateos' side, it's kind of difficult. There's not like a super good attacker in this matchup. Going for that GM Pao, that could be pretty relevant here. Getting rid of some of these Pokemon with that damaged Ogre Pawn there, but
Yeah, and this also means that now a possible Spiritomb play where you follow up by knocking out this Wellspring Ogre Pawn is now dodged, and also Matcha Spin doesn't do that much here, but I think if Yuzu can piece out together a Matcha Spin here, it would help him with the future knockouts. I think Legacy also will bring him some extra space here, and we could also see a cheeky knockout later on in the game if the benches are full with that Lily's Clefairy also.
yeah, there we see the evolve. And the Lucky Helmet, nice. So something like an unfair stamp from Mateos' side wouldn't hurt perhaps as much here. But I gotta say, like, you sort of need to start doing maybe a bit more damage here. Mateos has already taken 2 prize cards. You can spread some damage around, but if Mateos just keeps on knocking Pokemon out, eventually you're gonna run into a situation where user might not be able to have enough turns to do the spreading approach in this matchup.
Yeah, and I like to see the Legacy sooner than later, because if Mateos gets 2 more prize cards, I think he can dodge the last prizes just by gusting outside of those. But first and foremost, we need any kind of energy to be attached this turn.
Yeah, looks like whiffing the energy. Man, that is disgusting.
He drew full 8 cards with the Lily, and he had all the chances. But
Something to note from users' list is there are no dead responses. We have seen a lot of these builds going for that dead sparse engine. Maybe then opting to not play as much of the spreading approach, but that does give you a lot more power in just drawing and getting your energies and getting everything you need basically.
And from the top of the deck, we see that the energy was whiffed just by 1 card. This is a heartbreaker, but I think there is still room for play here for Yuzo. I think he has some time to accomplish this, and also, like, the price map is decent, but even getting knockouts on one of those bench Pokemon and the active Kangaskhan only brings him down to 1 prize card left, so this is looking a pretty dicey now.
Yeah, and at this point, also, we might see that if user starts spreading, that you would really want to KO that Kangaskhan. It already has some damage on it. You could get there But if at any point Mateus is able to get the GM power again, I mean, we saw it already going to the discard pile, but now an Area Zero and a Night Treasure would be enough to use it again. And there should be another Night Treasure in Mateus's deck.
Yeah, you always wanted to go to the discard pile together with whatever you are cleaning out of the board so you can play it again, because if it gets stuck on the board, then that's probably not an option to bring out again.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't really like discarding your own Pokemon, but you know, if it has damage on it, you can just clean it out, taking it out of the deck.
Now we're also testing the players' physical resources, because once the match spin starts coming, player has to have enough damage counters to be placed on their Pokemon. And here we see the match spin with the Poltergeist. Yuzo is also laying out all those hide and sneak ability Pokemons in the discard pile for us to count. Remember that Spiritomb needs 13 or more hide and sneak abilities to be able to work.
Yeah, I think Yuzo might be just one turn behind. Because of that, unfortunate, very unfortunate, with the energy, the spreading approach might be a bit too slow. You would basically have to match a spin 3 times, and then you could start doubling those damage counters with Spiritomb. But even then, you would need maybe a couple of turns. So I like this play, just going for that Delmise, getting aggressive.
Okay, now bossing up this Peasant DPD, but I think since the Legacy energy hasn't yet hit the play, I think this is gonna be rough, because once Mateus goes to one prize card, he can just boss whatever he wants for the last knockout. I think this is too little too late, maybe.
Yeah,
There are also like three attackers here, or now that Pheasant DPD was taken out, 2 attackers left and 2 prize cards left, so
yeah. It looks like Mateus has about 3 billion cards in hand as well. And among those, that unfair stamp, making it just a little bit more difficult for Yuzo to win. I think honestly at this point I would just like to see Yuzo conceding, going on to the next game. The matchup is fine. I mean, the start was maybe a little bit slow. You missed that one turn, but this could have been like a lot better than how it ended up.
yeah, I think now we are just burning the clock up. Conceding here isn't definitely a bad move, since you would need to get everything going on with this two card hand together with the top deck, so you need to hit Legacy and another bench Pokemon and everything, so I think
Yeah, I
Okay.
like the scoop there. The hand also probably pretty bad. Save the clock. I mean, there's still plenty of time. Remember again that 50 minutes. We already saw that in round 1 how the players maybe should have conceded, at least in game 1. Tapio there should have conceded a bit earlier. Could have maybe had a bit more time for that last game. And yeah, I really like that choice from Yuzo there. You know, not fun losing a game 1 ever, but at least you reserve the time. There's no point in like trying to piece something together if you know you're gonna lose.
yeah, maybe let's just get a turn 1 Delmise attacking here on the following game, and we're chilling.
Exactly.
Going for that 3rd game probably, but it depends a lot of the setups here also, because hide and sneak maybe I think sometimes has these consistency issues, that if it doesn't chain those supporters and draws together, it can really like left hanging.
Yeah, yeah. Looks like he was a bit up to second. Oh man, we could actually see a big first turn KO here. If Yuzo is able to piece out 4 hide and sneak Pokemon into the discard pile, plus get the Clefairy on board and an energy.
I think since he already searched for Bennett, he probably has some way to discard this.
Yeah.
He would have otherwise searched for a basic Pokemon. So
Yeah, I imagine so.
there could be a chance for turn 1 don't.
Yeah, perhaps has a queen in hand. I didn't quite see how the hand was looking there.
Do we see a queen?
Yep,
Okay,
There.
that's 2. So 6 new cards, that's a huge hand. Probably
Yeah.
10 cards, so Energy, Clefairy, maybe Ultra Ball,
Ultra Ball
Prism
there.
Stadium.
Ultra Ball is a pretty big piece.
It's 2 now.
We see an energy. The Pokepad. I think
Is
if
it
there is one hide and sneak Pokemon in the hand or another Pokemon search, I think he has it. But it's just. I hope he sees it.
we have another item sneak? Oh, are we one of?
I think.
Or do
Oh,
we have
maybe we have another Ultra Ball. Yeah, Ultra Ball.
Okay, okay. Do we see the Clefairy?
The Clefairy.
Okay, okay, I see.
And the energy.
With the awkward fist bump, the handshake, the fist bump. I mean, he was feeling that. Oh, Marius hand. 3 energy switch. What is this?
Yeah, I
Like-
mean,
Okay, now that he's
Yeah, you
took
get-
game 1, and
I'm a master at that. I feel for them. But a crazy turn there. That's something that can happen, obviously.
called it, called it. Turn 1.
Turn 1. And now we have plenty of time for that third game, so I'm sure we will see a victor in this round. And yeah, that's always great to see.
Yeah, and there weren't that many Pokemon that user could have knocked out in the first place,
Yeah.
like 2 Raging Balls and the Meowths, and we actually saw the Passimian in hand for Mateus, but he didn't bench it.
Yeah.
So now he probably regrets that. But the start was actually quite rough if user can take already the 2 prize cards, so maybe better that way that we get a clean game 3 that will have time to complete.
Looks like
Mateus decided to go second this time.
yeah, looks like maybe there's something in there. The hand looking super great from Mateus.
There's Ultra Ball.
Okay, Ultra Ball. Okay, Ultra Ball.
That
can
guarantees you
Yeah.
Meowth, which changed into Cyrano with probably Kangaskhan's and Ogerpons coming out, but still quite rough since you have to discard some key elements. I think there are some one-off in the hand already, which are the special red card and what else were there, but I think the decision to discard isn't going to be that easy. Yuzu getting here pretty much everything he needs. Do we see early shaming, or is that going to be yet a threat? Probably not. Wants to chain those planets into searching out any cards from the deck to set up this third game to
Yeah.
a great start.
I imagine that Chopper is just going to go in the hand, be discarded next turn. Okay, this turn with the stadium there. Interesting. I'm not sure how Yuzo's hand was looking. Could have maybe kept the stadium there for one more turn.
Also forces Mateus to immediately pump this though, so couldn't now discard them. RS0 as one of those options, so now probably we are seeing a Cyrano into Kangaskhan and Ogerpon and maybe another Ogerpon. It would at least force you to bench the Shaman if the threat is there.
We also see crucially the red card and the GM Power discard, the two very important resources. We saw in game 1 how GM Power was able to take a Pokemon that had some damage on it out of the play, and also that
I don't know about this raging ball if it did, and it's being benched. Like that's with the Clefairy, that's 2 prize cards for user. So I mean, yeah, it can hit for 140 with only 2 energies, which is exactly the Delmice. But that's might come bite him in the back later on during this game.
yeah, I think there might be some better attackers, though. You know, it's still something that would require a user to bench a Clefairy. That is also something to note here. I mean, if at some point the user just benches a Clefairy with the Legacy Energy, and if Mateus has a big enough board, could be getting some big knockouts with the Clefairy, and it could basically be a one-prizer with the Legacy Energy.
And the longer user gives also time without benching the same, there is also a chance for an energy switch Crispin play here to get 2 prize cards now. So
Yeah, just have the shame in.
and cross the wellspring there. If there is now that the stadium is also active for Mateus, I think he could Ultra Ball into Meowth into Crispin. I'm not sure if there's energy switch in hand though.
Yeah, could also draw into these.
Decides to discard it.
Yeah, not going for that. Interesting, maybe go another. Looking for that Crispin there. Probably gonna load up the Kangaskhan and just make that, but no, doesn't seem like needed to me. Though something to note is that I think there were 2 Night Stretchers in Mateus' hand, which means that the GM Pao can be found very easily now, since it was discarded earlier. So if Yuzo hits this Kangaskhan next turn, there could be a world where the Kangaskhan is retreated and then discarded with GM Power, which would basically mean 2 turns were wasted attacking into this.
Yeah, here Mateus starts up the price trade going up 1-0, taking price cards, user promoting this Sinistcha here because it has free retreat. We have already the 4 needed hide and sneak Pokemon in the discard pile to activate the Delmice and win to go with it, giving up use of this huge hand of cards. Let's see what kind of turn he pieces out together here. Straight away evolving into the Sinistcha, and it's the Legacy Energy now for the first time in this series. We're going to be seeing some matcha spinning now. Now I like this. There are too many liabilities now to clear for Matthias to provide the next knockouts for Yuzo. And also, since Kangaskhan has 120 on it, it is enough for Spiritomb later on during the game to take out.
Yeah, I really like this. In game 1, this spreading approach came a little bit too late. Mateus was just too far ahead in the prize race. I think when the match spin came out, Mateus had already taken 3 prize cards at that point. But here, I mean, this is looking way better for Yuzo now.
Yeah, and since Yuzo starts with the spin, he doesn't take any prize cards, so he does completely unfair stamp and the special red card, so can get to keep that huge hand of cards. I think there was another queen already waiting, so we're gonna see even more cards next time.
Yeah, and potentially, I mean, doesn't even have to commit fully to this sort of spreading approach. Could also just go in and start attacking with Delmice, start taking names. At this point, most of these Pokemon will fall to that attack from Delmice.
Yeah, Mateus crosses now after the benched Pokemon, but since he's running only 2 boss orders, I think this legacy will definitely benefit Yuzo in this game, giving him 1 extra turn. And not sure about taking knockout on the Poltergeist. Maybe just wants to take some prize cards, but
Yeah.
you eventually have to take out this legacy energy Pokemon anyway, so why, I think, waste bosses orders like that, because now Yuzo has already the Matcha Spin available, if nothing else.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred just knocking out this active Pokemon here. You will, as you said, most likely have to knock it out at some point in this game. You know your resources.
There's just 2 bosses orders. One
Yeah.
was now played, so definitely coming in.
I mean, you could use something like the Wellspring Mask Overpawn to snipe, but you're not really doing enough damage if there's only Delmices on the board. Maybe we could have seen a turn. No, that Wellspring was discarded, but if it wasn't discarded earlier, maybe in the case of this Legacy Energy play, we could have seen the Torrential Pump. Okay, you won't take a prize on the active one, but then you could maybe KO another of these Sinistchas, or if it remained a Poltergeist. Could have been good.
And 9 hide and sneak Pokemon currently on the discard pile. Spiritomb needing 13 out of Yuzo's 16 total. So we are getting there, and probably this Sinistcha have to be knocked out at some point. So that's 2 extra also. It's only 2 after that to start doing the multiplications.
Also worth noting that Poltergeist has free retreat, so just having that pivot is also very valuable. And I think Yuzo here like very much in the lead in this game. Not in terms of prize cards, obviously you have to draw a single prize card, but I mean just look at all those guys.
Yeah, like Spiritomb can now easily take 5 cards in 1 turn, and that would be setting him up for success, because 10 Delmice needs to only clean up 1 guy after that, and there's, I mean, no way that Matthias can clear out all of these 6 Pokemon. I think if 2 gets knocked out, he still has 4 left. He can only clear 3 of those when bumping his own stadium with the Chien-Pao, and you cannot. I think you could do it twice in 1 turn if the stadium is already in play, but needs all of your resources.
Yeah, I think ideally you would want to get rid of Kangaskhan and those Meows off the board, but then you're getting rid of your draw power up. He also hasn't drawn any prizes, so you can't use Peasantipity to draw cards. I think Mateus only kind of has bad options here. If you get rid of your Kangaskhan, do you even have an attacker ready? There's nothing currently on the board that can attack.
I mean, if he could piece out a Wellspring turn, this turn with some kind of energy switch thing, I think that would go hard.
yeah, that
Then user would have to promote a Delmice, which has 3 retreat costs, and then Mateus could probably win it, but we haven't seen the shame in the whole game though. Could it be that it's priced, or user just hasn't felt that he needs to bench it for now?
Yeah, maybe thinking that it's not relevant here.
Searching out for that teal mask overborn. I'm not sure if it's more than just another out draw, a possible one.
Going Kangaskhan.
Run around rather than Kangaskhan. I think I don't see a way out to piece together a torrential pump here. Maybe Mateus just has to take a knockout here.
Then
It starts to look quite grim for him.
I mean, you gotta imagine here, like, Yuzo can probably just KO that Kangaskhan.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit Dump quadrupling the damage counters is more than enough for any of these damaged Pokemon on the board. He will be getting like 5 prizes, and then when he has both Spirit Dump and Delmice loaded up, even though he gets probably unfair or red carded, he will have great outs to piece together this game, especially if he finds, let's say, one lucky helmet to go with it.
Yeah, quadrupling damage counters is something I don't think we've ever seen in the game. At least I can't remember. Crazy effect. Very, very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, hugely conditional on the hide and sneak ability because you need 13 of those and user plays 16, so it's not like some kind of lost box, like you just go like do some comfy stuff and actually now you are already in the threshold to use your gates and whatever. This is like actually getting all those 13 Pokemon.
Yeah.
18.
Okay, so we had just a round timer, 18 minutes called out, but that's a couple of minutes extra for our stream players since they started after the rest of the players.
Yeah, I think we will have plenty of time to finish this game. I mean, we've already gone quite far, and I think we will definitely have even enough time for a winner's interview.
We have hit the critical mass of 13 hide and sneak abilities in the discard pile, making just double sure that he has this here. But yeah, Spirit of is now active. He probably has that with the amount of queens he has played, has probably half of the deck in hand. Now the difficult part comes after. If he gets unfair stamped after this knockout, he will have also a lot of... Oh, fine. Like a helmet, I think.
There. I think this is almost a checkmate
Yeah,
for...
he's just playing some cards out to thin out his hand for the eventual stamp that will be coming, and decides to take out all the relevant attackers for the Raging Bolt and Kangaskhan. Maybe Latias would have been an option, you would have had to commit, but I think taking out attackers isn't a bad idea.
Yeah, taking away energies also from play, making some like energy switch plays a bit more difficult. Potentially, I don't think it matters a whole lot what the other Pokemon knockdown is, other than that Kangaskhan obviously. Yeah, at this point, I mean, Mateo still has to take 4 prize cards, and the user only has to take 1 knockout.
Yeah, now, if Mateus could piece together here a Wellspring turn to take out the Poltergeist and the Spiritomb, it would survive a hit from the Delmice, provided that user doesn't draw into boss's orders. But, I mean, currently the state of the board is quite heavily for the hide and sneak.
Yeah, also just Mateus being able to attack here is requiring a lot of resources. I mean, sure, this turn, yeah, but if a torrential pump was done, I mean, how are you going to attack next turn?
Yeah, you would have probably burned every energy on your board with energy switches and then shuffle those back, and then you're sitting with nothing.
There we see the Wellspring Mask hit the board.
Okay, setting up stamp for him in the top of the deck with Cyber Maniac.
Yeah, and I think the other card was that energy switch.
I mean, he's trying to go for it. That's the only play you have.
I think it's still quite tough to do, if we're being honest here.
We see a Glass Trumpet, but since the supporter card is also played, we need yet another energy switch. and the attachment from hand. Probably gonna see this Night Stretcher dropping for an hand energy attachment. I don't think drawing from 5 cards. Oh, goes for the Steel Mask.
Yeah, I think you just have to find.
Finds Ultra Ball. Now he can thin out before playing the stamp to maximize his chances for the energy switches. There are plenty of energies in the deck, but
Playing 4 of them, so you know, not unreasonable to find it off of these 5. But if we don't find it, I mean,
yeah, I mean the supporter card is also played. There's no chance for any kind of sub play at this point anymore. You just have to find the knockout now with the ogre point or just GG's.
yeah, and we also have to find a basic energy. I mean, you can't forget about that. I think
There's
the energy
energy
switch was found, but
But
I don't see an
There's
energy.
no energy, and he didn't play the Night Stretcher before. Oh no.
I think it just has to be the attack with the.
You want to tank one hit, but why did he play then the energy switch? Oh, he takes a knockout, yeah, but. Okay.
Yeah.
I see a lot
I
of.
mean, yeah, you gotta take the knockout to not lose, but yep.
Up, there's the
Bosses-
butler, and fails the handshake slash fist bump yet another time.
Yeah,
but
wins the game. Does fail the handshake. I mean, we can give it another. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Yuzo actually has also won a buy for this event. With the previous tournaments leading up for our nationals, we had this kind of road to nationals tournaments throughout the whole country, and winners from each of those tournaments got a buy round 1.
Yeah.
And Yuzo is capitalizing on that. With a great start he had already with the buy, he's now 3-0, and his percentages are going to be great.
Yeah, we had a plethora of players who competed at these events, getting that crucial round 1 bye, getting a free win. I mean, pretty good. You only need to play those 6 rounds, but you always like to play more Pokemon, but I mean, you can't really argue against getting a free win. And, you know, maybe some caster could have also won one of these tournaments and casted that one bye into the void.
Now, who would have done that?
I don't know. Could have been anyone.
Yeah, glad I didn't have to cast solo on the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so nice. I decided to help you out there. But you know, we'll see. I might, you know, cash in the buy at like a later round. Maybe I'm feeling a bit tired.
Yeah, I have to watch my back there.
Yeah, yeah. You might be suddenly here alone. Who knows?
Yeah, but great conversion from you. So starting out roughly with 0-0 or like, yeah, no, not 0-0, but 0-1, and then clawing it back with the instant win on the game 2, and then clean play actually from the game 3. Starting out with the matcha spin, and then doesn't take any prize cards, set up his board completely with the legacy energy and everything, and then when he has everything, it's just clean play from there.
All right. I have also received some meta percentage for this event. I think we might take a look at these in a bit. I think right now I would like to draw it to a little break, and we could have an interview with the winner of this last round. All right, we're back, and we have the winner of our round 3 match, Juuso, here showing us that new archetype. And I mean, so far on stream, these newcomers have done really well.
Yeah, we had Mega Excadrill winning, and now we have Hide and Sneak winning. Like, what's there to stop us taking down the Dragapults?
Exactly.
Yeah, there we saw a pretty interesting set against Swamp Box, Basic Box, whatever you want to call it. Have you played a lot against that matchup? Was that familiar to you beforehand?
I actually hadn't played that much, like a couple of times on live, but not enough to actually know like how the end game goes with the spread and how annoying the GM would be. Turned out if you spread 4 damage each turn, you can really clear that. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was brutal in game 1. You missed just that one energy, and I think you actually could have won that first game if just that one turn went your way.
Yep, Lily Boy, no energy, 6 in deck.
Yeah, and we saw your next top deck was the energy, so that was a heartbreaking there. But you had your resilience up there and just clawed it back.
Got
Real
it back.
nice.
Yes. Yes.
Keeping the honor of Tampere alive. 3-0. Good
Yeah,
start.
no. Yes, let's go.
I know we were talking a little bit on the train ride here beforehand about how to build this deck. I see a lot of people opting for that, the Dunsparce engine, and only playing maybe minimal poltergeists, that sort of thing, and more opting to attack with those Delmices. But you have gone for this full spread approach. I mean, you still obviously play the Delmices, but do you have the Spiritomb? What made you choose this version of the deck specifically?
I just want to have the most like different kind of ways to play the deck, especially in different matchups. The Spirit Orb is really important for some matchups. Like you can't win them with just Delmice, like the Excadrill, for example. Like that's impossible with just Delmice. And I don't actually think that any pro engine on board really helps the deck, because the first problem you have is that you have the supporter on turn 2 or at least on turn 3 with the Bannett. So yeah, I just opted for more draw supporters and yeah, just go from there and thin out the deck a lot. So the unfair stamp would hurt that much.
Yeah. So is the idea usually to maybe go into an early game Bannett and then try to set up your board, get those Pokemon that discard piles start attacking?
Yes, very rarely you attack with Delmice like first, and you just go through Bannett, you just have Bannett on board, and then Poltergeist, and if it's like Slowking or something, then you will have to Shaman, but you don't even bench the Delmices because they can get stuck really easily.
Yeah.
And that's not.
Regarding the Shaman, I have to ask, was it priced third game or
It was priced on third game, and it was the last prize. When I took the 5 prizes, I was like, okay, this can get really dirty.
yeah, I was like calling that we have still here a line for Matthias to come back here with. He needs a lot of resources, but the Wellspring Blade isn't still out of scope, so I was just sweating a little bit about it there for you.
Where's the shame? Where's the shame? Yeah, it's last prize. I actually played quite badly in the third game because I didn't thin out my hand that much, and I had one Lucky Helmet in hand. I should have put it on the Delmice with the energy so that if I whiff the next turn, I'll at least have more draw to go to the next turn for that.
Yeah, I also noticed that because I think you wanted to thin out as much as possible, anticipating the unfair stamp, and then want to draw into the boss's orders, but then the Lucky Helmet still got left out, so I was wondering if you were just a little bit indecisive,
Yeah.
that where do you put it, so you didn't put it anywhere.
Yeah. And then I saw it from my 2 cards from Unfest, and okay, am I being punished here? But 2 bosses after the Lucky Helmet draws.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have to talk about that game too.
The dunk, the great dunk.
Yeah, we were discussing it like, I mean, it could be possible to get the, and we thought for a bit like, oh man, I don't think he has it. But then the second Ultra Ball hit the field, and
After the gun, I watched no, none of the hide and sneaks. Well, I have the Ultra Ball and Pokepad, so I'll have it next turn. Then I went in with the Pokepad, I was like, Did I have to? I just don't care. Go back into the hand. Oh, yes. I guess we have it.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit stream nerves also hitting up or then just in the heat of the moment. But yeah, really clean play and best of luck to the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So I think we'll throw it back to a break for a bit, and then we'll come back. We'll talk about the meta for this tournament, and we'll have the round 4 match ready for you.
So we'll be right back.
Hi, welcome back. We'll be hitting you with round 4. I think the players are pretty much set up there. So yeah, I think we'll throw you right into the action, and we have some interesting decks here for you this round.
Yeah, there's Rudolph against Pasi, and we're gonna be playing the game with Mega Lucario versus Basic Box with probably more of those Japanese style elements with a lot of Pecherons and Prism energies.
Yeah, I think it might have been some Champions League over in Japan where we saw this style of this basic slash slop box build succeeding. So this is like last round we saw the Raging Bolt style of basic box, but this time around we have a bit of a different one. We've got cards like the Baby Petulant, we have Monkey Dory, even a GU in there. So
Yeah, I think this plays quite differently, and none of those like Raging Bolts this time going heavily into these grass energies. It's just trying to top it off with the random Prism energies and just keep playing with whatever you have available.
yeah, much more reliant on drawing cards with Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, accelerating energies into playing that, not playing that Grispin, which we typically see in these basic box style decks. And yeah, cards like Ends Plan, even a card that typically sees no play at all, even featured.
Yeah, really heavily relying on those energy switching style cores to set up whatever attacker he needs at the moment. And since it's a box type deck, you just choose the most optimal attacker for the situation. And for some kind of technical difficulties we are having now, I think there was microphone a little bit disconnected on the stream side, so
Yeah, so we'll have them figure that out. I guess in the meantime we won't talk about the decks just in case they could hear us. I don't think they can. But I mean, now we might as well talk about the meta a little bit for this tournament. So we have these decks that have been played here, and there's a lot. There's a lot of decks featured, but of course, to no one's surprise, Dragapult being the most prominent one, the Dusknoir variant being the most popular. 25 different Dragapults in this field. What we had 123 players, I recall.
yeah, 123, so that's approximately fifth of the meta
Yeah.
being Dragapult. That's less than what we see in regionals, but I think that's just the nationals way that everyone wants to cook up their own concoctions. They don't want to probably just meta slave it.
Yeah, I assume so as well. We gotta remember that this is not also a tournament where you can earn some championship points, so maybe some people might be more inclined to try out some wackier ideas and try to make them work. Then the second most popular deck was Zoroark. Also, to probably no one's surprise, Zoroark has been pretty popular in Finland, and yeah, it's obviously very strong in this metagame.
Yeah, and we have also some strong players opting for Zoroark in the international tournaments also, just like Hermione and what have you. Like, there are huge players there with strong results, so obviously it will draw also other players in their wake.
Exactly. Then a newcomer here, Excadrill, being third most popular deck, only one behind that Zoroark. Then actually the fourth most popular deck being Mega Lucario EX. Quite a surprising one. We will also feature that in this round. And something to note also is Festival Lead. Technically, there's 8 Festival Leads, though 5 of them are that classic Deep Lane variant, and then 3 of them that Seeking. But yeah, festival grounds being featured in those decks. Then to some of the other decks being played here, like these are definitely in the lesser numbers, but here creeping up different Team Rockets decks, some Mewtwo, some Honchkrows, Mega Greninja also seeing a bit of play, Alakazam, Hide and Sneak, Basic Box, Slash Slob, Slowking, Grimmsnarl, Crustle, Typhlosion, Garchomp, Mega Starmie, Hydrapple, even a couple Mega Chandeliers here, then Ceruledge, and then some like one-off decks that are being played. So like Wailord EX, a very spicy Slowbro from that new set as well. Okidogi.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually that Slowking having such a low count. I think maybe they were anticipating that they are being countered with Shaman and decided to divert from playing it. But I think in Finland's scene, Slowking has seen quite a lot of play to my experience.
Yeah, I think especially in the local scene, there are a lot of players who like playing Slowking, and I mean it's a pretty good deck. It can definitely just overwhelm some of these two prizers with these huge attacks. I think the main drawback of Slowking is Slowking. It can sometimes just lose to itself. Of course. Then, I mean, we talked a little bit with Juho about Team Rocket. I mean, he's been piloting Team Rocket's Mewtwo even to a top cut finish at NAIC.
Yeah, and
But-
if he's not playing it, then why should you play it?
Yeah, I think some of the newcomers have definitely pushed some of these decks away. I mean, I think looking at it like, obviously Mega Excadrill, a very tough matchup to deal with, but also Hide and Sneak, it sounds to me like it would be pretty difficult. And even something like Festival League now with the new Gladion supporter. I mean, you can do just so much damage and win against these other one pricer decks. That yeah, I can definitely see why a lot of people put down the Team Rocket.
Yeah, and I think the technical difficulties have now cleared, the microphone issues have been solved, and players are ready to start their setting up. Both players finding their starting basic Pokemon from the first opening hand. And here we see the Fist Pump, we see Rudolph opening with Riolu, and Pasi with that Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, typically you would be very happy opening that Kangaskhan, but I can't imagine that he's too happy seeing that fighting type Riolu there, knowing that the Mega Lucario is gonna be coming and should be able to deal with this Mega Kangaskhan with just one energy.
Yeah, and all we need now is probably like turn one attachment from Rudolph, and he's already threatening a 3 or possible 4 prize knockout, because this is some spicy Lucario here. He's running actually Togekiss with it, so with a good setup and a little bit of luck, he could be drawing 4 prize cards the very next turn.
Yeah, typically these Lucario lists play something like we've seen the Don's Boros build see some success. I think most prominently with Rahul Reddy playing it at some events, but then most of the time we see it paired up with Hariyama from Mega Evolution, being able to gust your opponent's Pokemon to the active spot while evolving. But here, yeah, Rudolph opting to go for a very greedy but cool Togekiss line.
Yeah, I think since he's 3-0, he must have caught a lot of opponents off guard with this kind of crazy build. But I think a lot of Lucario players have started to realize that dropping the Hariyama is probably for the best. I mean, he's a stage 1 and he plays nicely into the Lucario's energy accelerating, but maybe just somehow not enough, I think.
Yeah, yeah, I think like Lucario has been that's been played and has been some success, but has been more in the background. Let's say, yeah. But now it's been sort of creeping its head a little bit, and maybe a build like this that has the audacity to just go, yeah. I mean, I guess I'll just attack with Lucario and flip some heads.
Yeah.
Might be a good approach.
And I think Pasi here now struggling with his opening hand. I don't see any ways to search out Pokemon. He would have really wanted to get that Heal Mask, Ogre Pawn into play to start accelerating the energy. Probably some energy switches. He could have maybe even gone for a turn 1 knockout. He had prisms and everything, but just the searching, like I've been playing a lot of Terrabox before rotation, and I really know the pain here that now that we don't have any kind of nest ball, you are just relying on those ultra balls to find your Pokemon, and if you are not hitting those, like it's going to be uphill battle.
Talking about finding Pokemon, I think there's 3 bug catching sets in the hand. Of course, bug catching set allowing you to look at the top 7 cards of your deck, take any grass energy or Pokemon, 2 of them, and then put them into your hand. But as this card tends to do, it finds nothing.
Yeah, well, luckily he has 2 more to go, so
Yeah.
a little bit shuffling and peeking now going on, probably trying to set up at least 1 Heal Mask here to start the draw engine, but okay,
Okay.
we have that now. Do we see another?
You see the energy and Ogre Pawn. Probably would have preferred just 2 Ogre Pawn there, but
Yeah.
fine.
Now comes the sequencing. Do you play the third one or draw a card first? I'd say the correct one is to play the third one to avoid hitting those cards from the top.
Yeah, I think you would prefer to then maybe you see some grass energies. Okay, very nice. We see another Ogre Pawn. We see energy found as well.
Yeah, and case in point, imagine if you had drawn now with the Ogre Pawn, you have just drawn into another Ogre Pawn, and then you don't have like any uses for that packaging set anymore. So correct moves here for Pasi.
Definitely. We also saw a little peek there at the baby Peturant. So the Peturant promo for a dark and a colorless poisons your opponent, but also retreat blocks them. We saw a little bit of that retreat block action earlier with Hermanni, and honestly, it could be relevant here as well. Something like that, Togekiss is not really going to be attacking in this matchup, even getting something like a Lunatone stuck.
Yeah, Lunatone with the return kill lets you then stack another because the math lines up perfectly. So
Yeah,
let's see if that comes into play also.
yeah, Petulant also having the ability to add extra damage counters to poison Pokemon. So instead of doing 1, it's 6, I believe.
I saw Prism and Lily's Clefairy. Do we have any kind of energy switch there? It would give us a clean knockout on this Riolu and setting Rudolph on the back foot, because if this Riolu is knocked out, there's no way to bring another Lucario the following turn, so it really now depends on this. But based on the time that Pasi is thinking, I don't think he has it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It's just gonna be the retreat. I like this. You definitely don't want to give the Kangaskhan over to Rudolph there. Would be very, very easy to take a knockout on that. fighting with Pokemon. This turn from Rudolph, we definitely want to see a Mega Lucario hit the field. We want to find another Riolu as well. And start developing that Togekiss line.
Yeah, I mean, imagine he has to be thinking also about the possible Lily's Clefairy. Like, Lucario could be knocked out very following turn, even if he now finds it. So, needs to get some kind of secondary attacker here, which is probably going to be another Riolu. But we could see also that energy is being then targeted towards maybe a change of pace Solrock to maybe soften some of the opponents to play time, or I don't know, let's see. Anyway, the Lucario is here.
Yeah, the beautiful attack rare Lucario. I think first revealed at last year's World Championships. And has the boss's orders. No other cards, unfortunately, but with the premium power Pro, will be able to take the knockout on Kangaskhan.
Yeah, great play also. This denies the extra 2 cards now for Pasi because he can't promote the Kangaskhan. But I think since Area 0 is in play, we could see still a knockout on this Lucario because Clefairy hits hard.
Yeah, Clefairy doesn't need that many Pokemon in play in order to hit those numbers. Clefairy obviously played mostly for Dragapult, but Lucario gets collateral a little bit.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate side.
And I think honestly that's the reason why Lucario has been a bit lackluster in this format. Is Clefairy is so much played.
Yeah, and I think a lot of decks have now just dropped the Clefairy. They don't like think that it's enough to take the Dragapult out, since you can just take one knockout and then it's 2 prizes plus maybe a third prize on the following turn for Dragapult. So the 190 HP really is the difference maker there, why people have decided to drop it. But we had some basic boxes here. Maybe Rudolph's bad luck to face one of those at this point of the tournament, but hey, we just gotta prepare to every matchup and see how it goes.
Yeah, if we saw the older, and if we maybe saw the Togekiss also coming into play, I mean, you can just hit heads and win. So, yeah, this definitely, I think how it's lining up here, looking at what we saw from Pasi's hand, I think this Lucario is gonna come down this turn. Hard to, basically, I think Pasi would have to make some sort of misplay at this point with the cards he has available.
I think Pasi needs 6 bench Pokemon to knock out this Lucario, if I'm not incorrect.
I think he has the Serendipity, the Clefairy, could get one more, and I think he might have even already had one more.
Yeah, Serendipity will get him some draws here, and there's the Clefairy and Prism Energy also on hand, so let's see how this lines up for him, but needs the energy switch first and foremost at least.
Yeah, it was put on top of the deck with Cyber Maniac. And then, yeah, I think had already the Night Switcher in hand, and also drew into the Bellspring as over pawn.
Yeah, and I think he was already prepping a boss's orders for the following turn if Rudolph tries to set up another Riolo, so great heads-up play there from Pasi.
Yeah, I think now Pasi definitely does not want to bench another Kangaskhan. We'll have to navigate the rest of this game without that draw. So you don't want to give the easy 3 prizes over. And now this is gonna be really tough for Rudolph. Like at this point, I know we say this like every game. Do you consider conceding? Like
Some casters we are.
always ready to go to the next game. But yeah, the board state is quite tough to deal with. You won't really be able to do anything meaningful next turn. I
He
think
just benched me out and not searched anything. Now he fumbled the card, but I think like why wouldn't you search anything with me out? You had the knockout already, so this is like maybe he counted the basic Pokemon or which Pokemon wrong on either side because Lily's Clefairy also has the plus 20 already built it, so you wouldn't have needed the seventh benched Pokemon. I think 6 means 120 and Rudolph has 2, so it's 160 plus the base 20, 180 times 2, that's 360, enough for the knockout.
yeah.
But
I think unless both of us are bad at math, then
this baffles me the most, like why wouldn't you use the Meowth ability?
yeah, I mean, why not?
That's just a misplay.
Yeah. Maybe
He's tunneling probably too hard on the knockout. He counted his Pokemon wrong, and then he didn't even search up for a supporter because
double checking. That's
well, he will be drawing 3 prize cards anyway, so maybe humbling this Meowth isn't so bad, but
yeah. I think we might
that was a waste of
be
resources.
never punished.
Okay, here's the fighting Kong. Maybe for some energy to get the draws going. I mean, there are still 3 prize cards left. If he can now manage to bench, let's say, a double Riolu and double Togepi, there's outs for Rudolph here.
Yeah. One rare candy was discarded earlier.
He plays the second copy.
Okay. So one more left in the deck. Not super likely to find it, but
Doable.
doable for sure. I think also you might not be needing it. If you get a double Riolu this turn, and maybe if he isn't able to get another Clefairy, it could be quite difficult to knock out a Lucario. So I think maybe there would have to be some sort of hand disruption involved there. By that point, it's deny.
Yeah. What will Rudolph do? Like, okay, we see some kind of gust here with Premier Power Pros. Okay, if he can get the hand attachment, that's 2 prizes. That's actually quite smart. Like, he only needs 1 energy. I'm hoping for another Riolu to hit the bench, though.
Yeah, I
because
think this play kind of only works if another Riolu comes into play. Though,
Yeah, but
I think
now Fuzzy is being punished for his lack of maths previous turn because he had already it. Now he brings me out, which was the liability here, and didn't even search up for a follow-up supporter card. Now Riolu is in the front. You don't even need the boss orders. Imagine if you had searched for, let's say, Lily's Determination from the deck, and you would have a great turn next turn.
yeah, I think now an energy was found. We just need to find the Riolu here. I think that would be very important.
Yeah, because Solrock can't hit a weakness, so buying up the Peasant DPT isn't an option. But he's still fielding only a 1 prize board, so if there's no Wellspring shenanigans coming, I think he still has 1 turn left to try to set up for his winning turn.
Yeah, we might have spoken a bit too soon about potentially conceding here. No, okay. The Wellspring is being prepared here.
So also the unfair stamp, and he still hasn't used his peasantipity either. So there's a real possibility here with just one ends plan. I think he could really hinder here Rudolph's plans. So probably ends plan here for the Wellspring to take out Togepi and or even better, maybe take out the Solrock or Lunaton to prevent Rudolph to draw anything. I think, and since it's a fair assumption that you play more Solrocks than Lunatonas, I would even go after the Lunatona here if you manage to piece together the torrential pump.
I think typically you would want to go after the Lunatone. Though here, because the Solrock has the energy, I think I would actually like to see that being KO'd with the torrential pump, if that's available. Then you would also take out the pivot energy there. So it would be even more difficult for Rudolph to mount a KO next turn.
Yeah, but even if the Solrock has the energy, what would you promote? Like, it probably has to stay in there and then it can be soft locked.
That is true. That is very true.
Since he doesn't hit for a weakness, he's three-shotting these guys here, and he has already played two of those buffs, which give him extra damage. Name eludes me now, but
Oh yeah, the premium power brows.
yes, exactly.
I think actually, if just now noticed that there is a decklist error. Yeah, I think Fighting Gong has been listed 2 times. I assume that one of those is meant to be the premium power pro.
Yeah.
That's something that we might have to inform a judge about here, unfortunately. But here, we still see a Fighting Gong being played. She gets her out. This is still looking pretty rough here. I don't really see a feasible way of playing this game. Maybe if energy is not found on the other side. Could be that the Wellspring isn't able to win the game. You would still need the boss's orders if a Lunaton or Solrock remains active. Okay, we see Iriel benched. And an energy attached.
Yeah, I think just attachment and boss's orders here. It's the game for Posse, so. See a punch with Solrock, but if we see even one Meowth hitting the bench here, it guarantees us the boss's orders, but playing the Ultra Ball, deciding what to discard, and
And there we see the game conclude with that Wellspring. Yeah, basically at that point, not much to do. I think had we seen another Riolu, the game could have gone a bit different. We have informed a judge about the potential decklist error. I think they will sort it out here amongst themselves. How to deal with it. I don't think there's any malicious intent, just a simple error. We've all done it.
Yeah, I think it's just been done in a hastily. At least looking at the paper, it was probably the first paper he just had on hand, some kind of gift wrap paper, and then probably listed just twice one card when he meant to list once it and then the other card. But let's see how this is resolved. Didn't have any kind of meaning for that outcome yet, but let's see the sanctions. It is still a decklist error, so maybe some kind of moves have to be done now.
Yeah, I hope that we don't see something like a game loss from that, but could be. Even if these things are mistakes, we always have to keep everyone honest. The rules have to be pretty strict, so there's no room for cheating or anything like that. And obviously, I don't think anything like that was going on here.
Yeah, he has
Mistake.
4 deck-specific items and other 4 deck-specific items, but since one of them was listed twice and the other one listed 0 times, but I think that's now under control, and we have players here setting up for the second game, where Pasi is now up 1-0. We have here Rudolph opting to go first, now threatening again that knockout for the Kangaskhan on the following turn if he just finds out El Lucario. Maybe we see here Solrock hitting the bench with this fighting gun, provided that he has the energy to go with it.
Yeah, this time around, they would definitely want to see like multiple Riolus early on. You know, here we actually see kind of the issue with an approach like this. Like, sure, if you get the Togekis online, you can have those explosive turns where you flip heads and get some extra prizes, but then you're not playing the Dunsparce engine, which I believe has been the most successful version of this deck, and you're not playing that consistency. So you might get these games where you're not really getting to play as much as you would want.
Yeah, this kind of high roll variants can really hot streak their ways into the upper echelons of the bracket, but we also see these kind of games where you can't even piece out together a single Togekis.
Yeah. Let's see that. I see an Ultra Ball in Rudolph's hand. You might have to preserve that for next turn, depending on the rest of the hand.
I'd like to see here aggressive Togepi pickup.
Yeah.
Maybe, but there's always the possibility that Basic Box just hits you with the Clefairy, especially now that Riolu is in the active spot, and 2 Premier Power Pros hitting the discard pile. Like, this means that our yapping the Kangaskhan with the extra juice is going to be that much difficult now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the hand was just too tough to not have that. But yeah, I don't know.
I understand the situation. Like, you're down 0-1, you need this game to be wrapped up quickly to get the dub here. So you just have to take probably some risks here. Not benching a second Riolu, going straight for the Togekis, attaching. Probably we see a pass here. So now everything rests on this turn that can Pasi actually knock out this Riolu. I think it's a make or break turn.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, well, okay, the Togepi, obviously good. But at the same time, I think I would have really liked to have seen another Riolu. it's not super difficult for basic bugs to get an attacker set up in turn one. I mean, literally, you only need, with this variant specifically, I think the easiest way to do it would be like 2 teal masks, 3 crash energy, 1 energy switch. It could also be something like the fairy, prism energy, energy switch, overpun, crash energy. Like, there's so many different ways of piecing it together. This deck.
Yeah, there's, I think, Ultra Ball picked, which guarantees the meow. I think there's plenty of juice here to go around getting some kind of knockout. But decides to bench quite a lot of Pokemon in here. We need to burn something for the meow also.
Yeah, interesting benching that Petron.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that one hit the discard pile. Now it gets too tough. he won't have enough for the second Ultra Ball, so now does he go for something like Lilies here? Maybe.
Might do.
Then you have to hit those puck catching sets and energy switches and whatnot. I mean, it's doable, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see the value in Petron myself here. With this board state, I mean, you see only one Riolu there. I think you're fine.
I mean, I think it's kind of a backup plan. If you don't draw anything, you'll just promote that one prize guy, but
Yeah, sure. That is true. But even then, like, that's not super good either. Because the price map gets so much easier. Taking of one price right there.
yeah, and
even that-
considering the threat of the Togekiss here, even that with 2 heads could end up your game with taking knockout on the Petrovan and then to the Kangaskhan.
Yeah,
It's only 25% after that one, but
also something to note is like filling up the bench. Obviously, the area 0 was found, but let's say that area 0 was not found, but you found a Clefairy and a Prism Energy, Crash Energy, and an Energy Switch. Then you wouldn't be able to get the Clefairy loaded up. But
yeah.
yeah, looking like probably a knockout isn't going to happen as
I think there were a
that-
couple of grass energies in hand. If he manages to now draw another grass energy and energy switch, there hasn't yet been the hand damage.
Yeah, would have to be very specifically.
There's freeze, but do we have the energy switch?
There is the Prism Energy. Monk Dory.
I mean, Magdor is decent promotion if you're just stalling for turn.
Yeah, it won't be knocked out.
What is this second petulant?
Yeah, okay.
Now I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't really get this.
This is not the line. I'm gonna call it out straight up. Besides the promo, they petulant. I mean, okay, it's a one pricer, and now you have 2 of those in the play, so definitely one of those gets knocked out.
Yeah,
What is
I mean, what if Rudolph just has a boss's orders this turn? Then you have all of these reliabilities on the board doing absolutely nothing for you. You definitely don't want 2 Petronats on your board. When you have a lot of space because of area 0, but still, I don't know. Maybe versus haters, but
sometimes the player on the opposite side might just be 2 steps ahead of us.
true.
Here we also see the A-Spec Prime Catcher being played, guaranteeing that Gust and also getting that Lily, so we have a real chance here to put up that Togekiss into play and take 3 prize cards, which would probably give Rudolph a very commanding position here in this game. Because then you only need to knock out one Kangaskhan and it's done.
Yeah, you probably want like a couple energies, one to discard with Lunatone, one to attach and retreat. Then, I mean, ideally we would find Candy, Togekiss, and leave heads, and then get 3 prizes. And also obviously get a Rio and everything. I see a Pokepad and a lot of energy. At least 2, maybe even 3.
Must probably now thin out before going for the draw with Lunatone. I think the sensible play here is to search out for a backup Riolu. Going for the Togekiss search here would be a kind of a YOLO. You're already getting those 2 prize cards anyway, so just having some kind of backup plan here is nice. And you can also load it with the Aura Chap being enough due to Meowth's weakness.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know if I would be really interested to know like what was his thinking there was with benching of all of those Pokemon. I think something like not like giving up that Monkey Dory to the active spot would have meant that. Oh God. Okay.
We have that.
Never mind that. We've got Togekiss here. Now, yeah.
I'm calling it now. We're going to game 3 already.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the heads here almost guarantees a win.
Yeah. There's plenty of energy
think-
also to go around. Maybe 2 for Riolu, 1 for Solrock or Togekiss.
The order here being correct. Rudolph is attaching first and then flipping. And it's gonna be a tails, unfortunately.
But we still have outs for a quick finish here for the second game. If we just gust up the Kangaskhan next turn, evolve into Mega Lucario, and then just Mega Brave for the knockout. And with heads, it's enough.
Yeah.
But this also opens up now some counterplay for Pasi. Even though this play last turn was suboptimal, if he can piece out together here Lily's Clefairy and take out this Mega Lucario, I mean, Rudolph might go for the Gust Kangaskhan, but then he would lose if the Clefairy comes swinging back. So it's all now riding on this coin flip if he manages to.
Yeah, as you said
Go for
earlier,
that
like might be that some YOLO plays are done here.
And because he benched those veterans, he has plenty of damage now for the full moon rondo.
Yeah, I think
Oh, and it's the stamp.
the stamp. Okay, the stamp is pretty good.
Now, Rudolph really hoping for some fighting energies here to get him back on this game, because he can then just use Lunatone's ability to throw himself out of the stamp, but we can also see just a brick, which is what Buzz is hoping for.
Yeah. Here, as Rudolph, I think at this point you want to see probably just Mega Lucario balls. Just go ahead and knock out the Kangaskhan and hope you hit heads.
Yeah, I mean, since Pasi plays multiple copies of Lily's Clefairy, I think it isn't unreasonable to think that even if he knocks out this one, he would just go the second one. So I think you just have to go for it. Like, what's up the Kangaskhan, go for the Mega Brave, hit heads, and we have plenty of, or not plenty, but some time to conclude the last game. And since this matchup tends to be quite volatile, I think we have still chances to end this game on a decisive result. Decisive.
Yeah, yeah. It should be pretty easy to have all of this done in time.
Players are checking the math here. Now, why would you promote this unless you are really unsure? Well, I think this signals me that there isn't a 100% chance of Mega Lucario hitting the field here, so only 3 cards to play with.
Yeah. Because that unfair stamp definitely living up to its name. Let's see. Multiple. Okay. I'm not sure we have something like Facility available. Meowth, okay. Meowth means that there would be no ball.
Maybe he's just then. I mean, you can't get the poster anyway, so maybe just go for the lilies and get that Mega Lucario and hope that Pasi doesn't get another Lily's Clefairy on the field. He has a huge hand though, so
Yeah. Maybe you could even go for something like a judge. Just, take the chances. Be a little bit more difficult to get your own Lucario, but at least you disrupt your opponent's hand. You gotta imagine that in a huge hand like that, there would be some out in a fair.
yeah, there's close to 8 cards probably on Pasi's hand. I think Rudolph was just asking how many cards in hand. Making the decision, I mean, Judge is the more risky one, but you probably want to take it, but decides to go for the safe play for himself. I mean, this ups your chances for the Mega Lucario, but now you are also having to play against this huge hand of Pasi. So just one energy switch, Lily's Clefairy and Prism Energy does the job.
I think something I would actually love to see here would be no evolving into that Mega Lucario and actually just maybe finding a Riolu and attaching to it.
Great call, yeah.
Then you could still try to go for the boss play next turn, as Pasi would have no way to win next turn. If you now evolve, I think it's almost guaranteed that you lose.
Yeah, just wait it out. There's no way Pasi can close out this game next turn. But he could be bringing some nasty tricks like with the Pecharunt, like take out that Lunatona and play for 1 turn. He would probably be Southwind, but we also know that Rudolph is playing that 1 switch in addition to the Prime Catcher, so it is a risky move also to go for that Pecharunt. And the evolve didn't come through, but there's also now only 1 real left, so we just find a boss orders. Like,
Yeah, I think the boss orders basically win this game. I don't
now-
actually see boss orders in hand.
and I think at this point, like, if he gets the boss orders, there's not much you can do, and gotta find it now, or it lets Rudolph to try and win the game with the heads boss.
Yeah. I think something interesting here would actually be if instead of benching the Pecharunt earlier, it would have actually been the GU. The GU could take the knockout on the Soul Rock and discard the stadium. So you could discard the Kangaskhan from play. Then there would be no way for Rudolph to win, even if a head flip would happen. Like,
Still no boss orders, I think.
yeah, doesn't look like the boss is there. Okay. I think then maybe something like the Petulant, the famous Petulant, would be quite a good attack this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, just removing the Soul Rock also here will diminish the chances of Rudolph hitting some extra cards, because now he doesn't have the Soul Rock needed for the Lunaton's draw power. Oh, but we see Night Stretcher in the Meowth, and if there is any boss left in this deck, we're gonna see it now.
Yeah. I think that almost has to be game. I don't really see a way out of that. No? Okay, I guess. Okay.
There's no more room for extra Meowths, so if there's no bosses, just bench two Riolus next turn, and that's the one of them.
Yeah, I mean,
At least 3. That's time on the round for the regular players. I think stream matchup will have a couple of minutes extra.
yeah, I think maybe I'm not sure what kind of time extension they got, but at least 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think at this point, as Rudolph, there might not be much to do, but let's just bench one real and go from there.
A real bench. You could still go for that play if no positive orders is found. It is very unfortunate that Meowth is in play, though I guess a both players would win anyway. If a Riolu is knocked out, then it doesn't really matter. Now it's tough. If you had access to judge here, would you actually play it? Because you know that Posse did not have balls in hand last turn. Otherwise, they would definitely not have used Night Stretcher to get a out to get a boss.
At least in theory.
At least in theory.
But yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think it would be reasonable to think that they wouldn't have the boss orders. And I mean, Posse doesn't actually have that much draw on the board. You can draw 2 cards with those heal masks, but
Yeah, but there are quite a lot of the grass energies already in play. We can see 6 of those there, and that leaves us with 5 remaining. I'm sure some of those are already hit discard pile also. So
I think I saw at least one grass energy hand. So it might have been some other, maybe a prison energy. I can't quite remember.
decides to play Premium Power Pro now. Okay, goes for the boss. If we have now,
I mean,
Head.
yeah.
but this is the last Premium Power Pro.
Yeah. So that would have to be an energy and a boss. Or if this is it, it's a tails.
Okay, but that one prize is actually important here, because now other Pokemon than Kangaskhan can also be knocked out
And there's the boss.
from the top of the deck.
Didn't even need the energy on the Latias, but
He always has it. I think that concludes our match quite nicely. Gets us in the time also with the rest of the room here since the time was already called out.
Yeah, I doubt that we will have enough time here for a winner's interview, unfortunately. But yeah, quite interesting games. I think there was definitely some misplays done there, but I mean, doesn't matter. At the
Yeah, I
end.
mean, he got the job done, got the W there. Some lines of play were questionable, but
Yeah, but again, especially at the end, like very nice lines from Rudolph, even though wasn't quite able to close it out.
yeah, like that. Sometimes this is the reality of the Togekis decks. You just hit tails and now you have like, I don't know, it's not like 7 cards to your deck that do nothing. So this is the result then.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think we'll throw it to a break for a bit, and then we will be back for round 5.
Don't go anywhere. We are back.
And boy, do we have a match for you. We have an old classic and kind of an old classic with some new tricks.
Yep. It's the one and only Dragapult. Played with Dusknoir.
Yeah, against Festival League.
Yeah. Now that we are closing up to the top tables, all players being already 4-0, and with the 7 Swiss format, I think we're gonna probably be seeing an exceeding amount of Dragapult going forward, or at least that's the expectation, but we try to cater the matchups for you to go, but here we see already both players starting up quite quickly. I think there's decent enough starts for both of us, but interestingly and importantly enough for Sami, he starts with the body, so doesn't have to waste any turn attachments going forward.
Yeah, typically this is honestly a pretty bad matchup for Festival Lead, but we did want to feature this match as now with Gladion, I think Festival Lead actually has a bit more of a fighting chance against Dragapult. Typically, you would struggle to get knockouts against Dragapult, and obviously Dragapult can do a lot of damage to your board. All of your Pokemon have, well, a very minimal HP, let's just say that.
Yeah.
Basically, you're looking at around like 80 HP, something like that. Something you would maybe see in something like a base set deck. So,
But with the introduction of Gladion in this newest set, I mean, you don't anymore have to search both Bangle and the Black Belt for your Diplin. Now you can just make do with one Gladion, which has helped immensely with the constant hand disruption and everything for what you need for one turn. And oh my,
okay.
we are going to see probably a turn 1 knockout if Sami decides to do so. I mean, it will take off the whole festival lead. Now, if there is no Diplin in hand, this is going to be a strong start.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit on the greedier side, honestly. We can see already some of these. I think I would have preferred the Ichipollen here, just because it would have made going for a Gladion this turn a lot more difficult. Now, I think Eetu has a pretty good chance of actually going for a Gladion and taking 2 prizes this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, you can then go back to the Ichipollen even if this plan fails, but I mean, I respect the hustle. Like, you took your chance. Like, if there's no Diplin, that's just a free turn. And it might be, like, better than the Ichipollen there, but definitely I think he took a big risk there.
Yeah, you can respect it. We do see the Rapska coming down, or rather Relor evolving into a Rapska hopefully next turn. That is going to be a big piece in this matchup. Rapska, when it is in play, prevents effects of attacks done to your bench Pokemon, I believe.
Yeah, damage also.
Yeah, damage. So protects basically your Pokemon. So that's gonna be protecting from the Phantom Dives. Though against this specific version of Dragapult with the Dusknoir, it's not as relevant as Dragapult can just use the Dusknoir to blow up the Rapska and then use the Phantom Dive anyway.
Okay, well, we see now a clean knockout here, twice 100, so that's enough for the Munkidori. I think now the game is going to slow a little. From Sami's side, we're going to default now on that Ichipollen, but hitting at least those crack logs from the Recon, chaining them together, always nice to see. Now deciding between that Ultra Ball and Nice Stretcher. Wants that Ultra Ball, but Munkidori is also great for tanking one hit from the Diplin since it does exactly 100 if no Gladion is being played. And I think like playing Gladion in just when you're under an item block, it's usually pretty tough call. So want to see something benched here that can withstand the onslaught.
Yeah, I gotta just say that playing the Crispin there into that Monkey Dory, I don't really think like now you don't have any energy on the board. Whereas, let's say that the Crispin just searched out a couple of energies that has 10 to 3 piece, you could have hit Poland. I think Edo wouldn't have nearly as good of a board as they now do. And then you would also have a way better board with a lot of energy in play. But now, I mean, I think we're gonna have to see the Rosa's Encouragement played at some point. A lot of energies have already hit the discard, but another one is discarded this turn. We might actually start running out of energies here at some point.
Yeah, now question for Edu is, now that the world is your oyster, what Pokemon do you go after here? I mean, there's Juice Freeze and DPT if you just get that Bangle and Boss, and then, I mean, you could just also target the Duskull to protect your future Rapska. Maybe then you have to hit Fez maybe when it's promoted, but that also means that Sami has to burn yet another energy then to retreat that Fez activity. So, what's your take here?
I think this turn I would probably just prefer to see the knockout on the Pheasant DPT. I don't think you will get a lot of value out of the festival rounds. Otherwise, okay. Just completely go for that. Lily's Determination.
I mean, yeah, this isn't such a bad play because, you know, what would you promote as Sami? Like, giving up anything else than Fez and DPT is one prize card, and then if you bring out the Fez, you have already burned one Crispin, so you would need the second one, or then Rosa, and it gets complicated.
That's true. It also could be that Edo just didn't have access to those 3 cards. Would have already needed to have 2 of those in hand. So would have needed to have, you know, Festival Grounds, the Boss, and the Bango. And obviously also wanted that Rapska this turn. So I think this is also fine. And yeah, as you noted, yeah, what is Sami going to promote? I think honestly, yeah, just the Monkey Dory play really sort of fighting them.
Yeah, I was quite trigger happy with that play, but now it has really put him into the back foot. I think he really wanted to probably just take out the Soul Festival lead Pokemon from the play and hope that there's no Diblin, but nah, we have those.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Just looking through the list, I don't think that Sami plays any rare candy.
Yeah, I mean, now it starts to get scary. Like, Rapska is at this point probably enough to protect your bench, even if it gets knocked out turn after with probably a Dusknoir, I think.
Something cool here from Sami's side could actually be something like evolving a bench Dracloak into a Dragapult. Maybe going for some like Crispin this turn. You know, setting up the Dragapult to be able to attack next turn. That would require maybe like a close. I don't know. Maybe that would be.
I mean, boss get headbutt here could get rid of the Rapska, and then we could see maybe something, but there's 3 Diblins. Maybe Rosa. Okay. We see boss here on track and transfer.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Reasonable.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I'm still a bit worried about the energies. I think this is a pretty good play, obviously, but
Yeah, but
still,
Eetu is definitely prepared into something like this. Looking at his deck list, he has 3 air balloons and 1 switch and 1 Kiera. Like, there's
Yeah.
5 outs to draw himself out of this. It's just a little glass, but if you were in his position, maybe even not picking those cards would be the correct play to not give any info to your opponent until your next turn.
yeah, for sure. I think if we see a switch of some kind from either side, that's gonna be looking pretty good for him to win this first game. Especially if we could see Gladion played, you could potentially get a knockout on the Dragon Bolt. That could be something. But then, if Ed breaks from here, isn't able to really do anything this turn, Sami could really do a lot of damage to Ed's board next turn. Could maybe use Dust Noir, take out the Rapska, and then boss up the other Thwacky.
He draws in the secret box but doesn't have enough cards to discard.
Yes, has to pass the turn, and I think we're gonna see a disgusting turn here. We just need an energy and a boss, I think, to do.
Yeah, easier said than done. His hand isn't that big though. He starts fishing out first. I mean, this is the reasonable play. You want to knock out it anyway. Draws into the meow. Now this would guarantee the boss only needs 1 fire energy.
But a lot of energy already in the discard pile. I think I saw 2 fire energy there.
Yeah, hitting the 3rd one or a Night Stretcher, which he plays 3 of. Option. Wants to thin out the deck with Pokepad, maximize his chances. I think there's at least the fire energy and 2 Night Stretchers in the deck, so
Yeah.
3 cards out here.
Now, if that doesn't happen, would we ever just go for the judge?
I mean, finds the boss's orders here. Now he wouldn't need to play the Meowth anyway. Can set up him play a Rosa.
It just looks like a risky run.
I mean, do you just go after the Twackies now?
Yeah, tough to say. Maybe you.
Yeah, that has to be the play now.
But yeah, here again, like the energy is like you're really struggling here.
No, he goes for the jet head.
Yeah, no other way. I don't think.
Yeah, now we see the secret box because with the 1 extra card, there's definitely now going to be air balloon and or switch and then Gladion and every kind of. You can just piece out together the perfect turn because you can play the Gladion first and then use the Quackies to set up your next turn.
Exactly. This is really the power of the Gladion in this festival league archetype. You have so much access to your deck with these Twackies and the boom boom groups.
Probably I'd like to see a gold in here.
Yeah, no need. No, I don't know. Maybe you don't need it. There's already 3 deep links in play. You gotta imagine that you're gonna have access to one of those. Let's switch here.
It's the Bangle, it's the Gladion, and
I forgot to use the Twackies. Okay, that.
yeah, I think he had the Quackies. Now it's getting twice. If we see Rosa, we already know that he has the Meowth in hand. Getting now Dragon Bolt and Rosa.
Yeah, and those Twackies are perfectly 30 away from being KO'd, so
That was a misplay here.
that's gonna be a 3-prize turn there for Sami. I think this might honestly be enough. He really needed to get those 2 cards from Twackies. Probably needed to get something like a Gladion already, and
Or just the boss. You can just take the final prize from the Draplow.
oh yeah, true. If the Dracloak doesn't, well, I think Sami definitely should evolve that other Dracloak as well. Who Sami does also have the the special red card. There's been so many different red cards throughout the history of the TCG. Yeah, I think you want to evolve the Dracloak. You win next turn anyway. You don't need it. So just evolving it to be more safe.
Yeah, you have to evolve now. He already has the nice treasure. Just leaving that Dracloak there is going to be a liability.
Oh,
Doesn't go for it.
yeah, we did have access to that, and we might see the punish here.
Now, let's just say Buddy Muffin and Boss. Or Stadium is reflecting too much. I can make heads or tails out of it if it's there.
Looks like there's nothing. Yeah, it was the festival ground.
Yeah, I think this was Eetu's game to lose since he managed to not use the Twackies after the switch. He was so tunneled probably onto this Gladium play that he was like, okay, I have my turn, what I needed to do. I searched so many things already out of the deck, so probably like in his brain he thought that, yeah, I have used my Twackies already, and now it's to pay for it.
Yeah, I think here you really see how the Dragon Bolt archetype can just pick apart these one-pricer decks. It's pretty easy to wipe out half of your opponent's board with these Phantom Dives, with Dusk Noir, with all of these tools you have. You can hand disrupt your opponent. You can do so much, so even if there were maybe some questionable plays throughout the game, I mean, yeah, at the end, like, never punished Dragon Bolt.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
top dog.
it was a roller coaster. We had the exciting turn 1 knockout with the Monkey Dory, and then we went back and forth, and now we are heading up to game 2.
Yeah.
We
So
have
here,
Sami leading now 1-0.
yeah. So Edu gets to choose, and of course, does want to go first here. Double coffee, okay.
Up the seats.
Yeah, not messing around here. He's gonna get these apples, he's gonna get these monkeys on the road.
Yeah, the only thing missing is now that festival lead ability on the active Pokemon, so even though he gets a lot of benched Pokemon here, I think some kind of out for next turn's festival lead would be nice.
Yeah, we even see that dragon type apple in there. I believe it has something like a call for family attack.
Yeah,
Just another option basically for the deck. So it's not super important which applins you play. They all have a very small amount of HP, and
yeah, Find a Friend actually finds you any Pokemon and puts it to your hand, so I can see why people play it, but also you can't hit it with the bug catching set, so there's the trade-off then.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
There's the energy to the Monkey Dory, but this time no Crispin.
yeah. The Monkey Dory attach is like pretty good in this matchup. You can mind bend in some instances can be good.
Yeah, and you can come tank one hit after body possibly would get knocked out, and then you can also like force your opponent to not hit the monkey door because it then generates 100 damage over time if left unchecked to your opponent's board. And considering how low HP the festival lead is playing with their basics, I think if monkey door with energy is promoted, you just can't hit it.
And some newer players might be tempted to just do the maximum damage with Festival Lead. That's when Monkey Door is really good. When you can capitalize on people just attacking into something like a Monkey Dory. But Eetu has definitely shown here that he's not someone who would play suboptimally. He's played very well throughout his whole set. Maybe the only blunder there being not searching for those specific cards. Wacky.
Unfortunately, it cost him the game back there, but we can now probably see something here. 8 fresh new cards from Lilies and place 3 of those air balloons, so not on hold for to draw into one of them, and maybe some wackies to go with it.
Yeah, going to the full 8, very nice. Do we see something like a balloon?
I think he would have slammed that if he had it, so...
Yeah, doesn't look very happy with that hand. Energy found. Just a pass of the turn. Okay. Yeah, this game looking scarier for Festival Lead for sure. We see already Dust Gloves in play. There's also about. Truckload gets involved. Let's see. The hand is okay. There is the energy, and there's also an energy for next turn. There's claws, Dragapult, but no other Dragalow.
Goes preemptively for the Reller. I think it's a smart heads of play.
Yep.
Because after it becomes a Rapska, it's much harder, and also under item lock you can't even get it back. So just prepping for that future Phantom Dive. Now with one more 3 to back it up, I think Sam is off to a great start here.
Yeah. Going for that Itchy Pollen again. We know that Relor cannot come back. That item lock will prevent any card from accessing that. I don't think he plays anything. Lana's Aid, and honestly, it wouldn't be too much to get the Relor back. Honestly, in this matchup, it feels like if a Relor or Rapska goes down at any point, they are not coming back.
Yeah, pretty much. But now, Eetu manages to find an energy to retreat. His active Krookie and evolve his both Krookies into Twaggies, so I think going after this track log here is now very choosy play.
Yeah, here. Another track log wasn't found on Sami's side. Did have access to that. The out there maybe should have gone for something like a release there, just to try and find another track log. These boards for Dragapult where you only have that one track log can be very, very scary. We saw that earlier in the game, where Billy had only access to one track log, and Excadrill was able to just go after it, turn after turn, and denied access to that Dragapult. And now here, the same is sort of happening here.
But here we see what we talked about earlier. Not hitting the Mangidori is actually the correct play here, especially now that it has the energy.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why, you know, you don't want to give the Monkey Dory, any damage counters, they can move them onto your board. Even just one thing onto your board can massively change the price mapping for Dragapult. Every damage counter counts against this archetype. I'm sure you've all played against this deck a bunch throughout the years here. We still have it for about maybe 8 months or so in the standard format, so we'll have to wait for a little bit more.
See, Ultra Ball and Night Stretcher that guarantees him 2 drag blocks and a Pokepad also. So
Yep.
now we're gonna see definitely a Dragapult hitting the board the next turn. But the question is it going to come with energies or not?
I think a slight sequencing thing there. I would have liked to have seen just the Pokepad or the Dragload first, then use the Recon Directive and see if you get another Dragload, then you wouldn't need to use the Night Stretcher for that. You could have maybe preserved it for something like the Dusk Gloves.
Yeah, good point. Now, eyeing up that Ultra Ball, going to discard 3 and open. Peasant deeply thought about, it's really the correct play here. I mean, his hand is quite small. Opens up a great way to punish though. Let's say a Gladion here with a Bangle comes up. Who do you promote? Pretty much no one. Like, it's obviously the Pudi of 10, but then you are sitting with Peasant Deputy also in the board.
Yeah, I think I would like to see the retreat into Badu and just Ichi Pollen, making it more difficult to get a Gladion going. Gladion is almost impossible to get if you're under item lock, as you won't be able to do stuff like Ultra Ball to discard your hand down. Remember, you can only play that Gladion if you have no other cards left in your hand.
Yeah, and here we just saw the Ichi Pollen now correctly from Sami, and this is now Edo's turn to try to scour up some resources, but there's now the looming threat of Dragapult coming with Phantom Dive in addition to a potential Duskmar play, so we could see some board sweeps coming.
Yeah. I mean, this is tough. If you're looking at just the board state, I mean, Edo has a pretty nice board. And he's ahead on prices. But Sami doesn't honestly need that much to completely break apart.
And with the heads up Dustclops play now, since Rapska isn't hitting the board anymore in this matchup, I think Phantom Dive is now really scary for Edo.
Yeah. For sure. I think we could see a pretty devastating turn here where Sami could be able to wipe out both deep lanes from play and potentially get something like an unfair stamp or even red card. Do you see the boss on Draglock? I think I would have preferred the boss on the Dust Gloves. Sure, you're taking away the energy, so it has to be the supporter blade, something like a Rosa or a Crispin. But I mean,
Okay, Risk Ruins is then now choosy if he can get this turn going with Rosa and attachment to Monkey Dory, I think.
Ooh.
Oh my god, draws in the unfair stamp and the Dragapult.
Yeah, no trouble at all finding those pieces. We have to toss more already.
You can use the Ultra Ball for Meowth also.
Yeah, you can guarantee the Rosa, Crispin.
Oh mate, that's a Dusknoir, not a Dusclops.
Yeah, probably missed that. Yeah, I think I really would have liked Edu to boss up the Dusclops instead. You can imagine that Dragapult is coming either way, so just preventing what Sami can do. I mean, yeah, honestly, if the Dusclops wasn't there, it's not looking nearly as scary. Now, the Dragapult can knock out both the active one and the gold in on the bench, so there will be no festival lead Pokemon put into the active spot. I think Edu's body language is also telling us that he's not feeling very good about his odds.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything you need. I mean, the unfair stamp at this point is just a bonus, but there, even the Goldie will be wiped out. There's no chance like for Edu to come back now. Calling it now, but I've been wrong before, but this is exactly what Doctor ordered here.
Yeah, going down to a hands as of 2 here is honestly just sold on the wound.
And gets the Monkey Dory also for a good measure there, but I think since there are no festival lit Pokemon left, the only thing that can hit the board is Golden, and I don't know, maybe you have to just toss something up and hope that Sami doesn't have enough to retrieve it.
Yeah, at this point. I don't see any play.
Yeah, softening up that Wacky to be knocked out with a Phantom Dive. And there's a Monkey Dory on board still.
Yeah, Sami basically wins with a boss.
I think that was still a misplay, like you should have put in only 4 counters for the Wacky and 1 for the Krookie, so now you
Yeah.
wouldn't have needed even those.
Yeah, definitely agreed. Though I guess Edu kind of has to get an Applin into play or something.
Yeah, like what do you bench here? If you put Applin into play, you just lose. I guess that's why Sami didn't need to think about this
Yeah,
any further.
maybe like a boss play and hope that there's no energy to retreat.
Okay, and here we see the dub. Sami taking this 2-0. Well, first game was tough. There were ups and downs here, but the second game, I think, was pretty clean.
Yeah, I think really showing us the power of Dragapult. We see why it is the top dog. Even like as we saw in both of those games, you kind of can go down in the price race. Maybe it's not looking too good for a while, but then, yeah, I mean, like for a long time there, Edu seemed like he was completely commanding that game, but
Yeah, the ability of comeback potential this Dragon Ball deck has just is enormous.
yeah,
You can turn the
Exactly.
tables on your opponents from like jaws of defeat and just take it down.
yeah. And I believe that is exactly why it is the most played deck in this tournament, as well as in every tournament.
Yeah, certainly is the deck to beat.
I think after rotation, I honestly I don't think there has been a single tournament, like a major tournament, where Dragapult wasn't the most played deck by a wide margin.
Yeah, closing up even nearly to 40% in regionals. It starts to be there.
Yeah, but you don't. You're following up on some of those newer decks, like that Excadrill, like the hide and sneak deck. Maybe taken hide those from those phantom dives and sneak their way to the top. Yeah, very smooth. Maybe Excadrill can dig its way to the top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you know.
guess.
So they are like trying to print some cards to counter these, but
Let's see if we have some time now for winner's interview. I think
Yeah.
if we can catch Sami from the floor. So we'll be back in a jiffy.
we're back with the winner of round 5 here on the featured match. Sami, you are 5-0.
Yeah,
Doing pretty well. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. it's been a nice run.
Yeah, I imagine so. Have you hit any tough matchups today?
Yeah, there have been 2 Mega Lucardias. So
Okay.
that's a little bit interesting matchup. I haven't tested against it. So.
Yeah, I think quite a few people brought it. I think it was maybe the most played deck or something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah,
But
checks
I
out.
gotta ask first things first. What was that Monkey Doric knockout for the first turn in the first game like? Was it just a gamble that he doesn't find a festival lead?
No, it was my game plan was use Ultra Ball to find Meowth and play Judge. But my Meowth was priced, so I don't have anything else. I just need to take prices. So I go for it.
Okay, fair enough. It was like a ballsy play. I liked it because
Yeah.
if there wasn't no dibbling, that was a free turn then.
Yeah, but it plays out because I get my game rolling after that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dicey because at the end of the game one, I think your opponent didn't remember to use his twackies on the last turn when he switched out. So
Yeah,
it
he
really
just said it to me after the match that you totally forgot.
Yeah, I've done that too many times on PTGG Live
Yeah.
myself. I'm mortified playing that deck. It feels like you play Gladian and then that should be it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, since he had already used the secret box, maybe he was like, I've searched for too many cards already from the deck. No way I have these abilities left.
Yeah.
But I mean, you brought it back, win 2-0, and good going there.
we've seen a lot of decks, a lot of new decks as well coming out, but you've chosen to stick with Dragapult.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's dumb to ask, but what made you choose this archetype?
Yeah, I think mostly because like every matchup is playable because of the opponent. So
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about some boxes that I have never seen that come play against. So it can beat everything. The meta right now is a little bit unfavored because the Mega Expert will things like that. But I think I have a chance against those decks also just because the Ichiban is so strong. And I play 2 Kudus just for Ichiban fun.
Yeah, I mean, the two buddy really paid off. You started even with it, so
Yeah.
get to attach that energy already for the 3-piece, so really accelerating you with that setup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there like now you're heading to the last round? We still have 2 more Swiss rounds left today.
Yeah.
Are you looking to close it out? Are you looking to get to day 2?
Yeah.
Getting that top 8?
Yeah, I'm like eager to play all the games. No ideas.
Oh, no ideas.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going 7.
Okay.
Calling it now. Okay. I like that.
Yeah, we
Playing
will
for
be
the
following
stealing.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good play since you're rolling this fine already. Like playing for the seeding, getting to decide that you go how you want on the top cut is probably going to be really beneficial if you manage to do that.
Yeah, and I really like it that my deck likes to go second, and most of the decks like to go first. So I get early Ichiban, and it's such a huge advantage to go second.
Yeah, it feels like Dragapult can really steal some of those games just by that one small Ichiban body there.
Yeah.
Yeah, buys you enough turns to just roll over the game.
Yeah. Do you have anything else you would like to say to the stream? To anyone?
Team, I would like to shout out SPP, Jimmy and the Foils, my great buddies.
Nice.
Hey, repping out your team, that's nice to see.
Amazing logo
Yeah,
there.
thanks. Made it myself.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, the design is so fire. Maybe you start looking out for some sponsors, maybe soon. Huh? Just throwing out the idea there.
Maybe.
Yeah. All right, but thanks for coming to the interview, and we wish you best of luck to the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We'll be back for We are back with the 6th round of Swiss, and we're gonna be seeing yet another stream highlight matchup here. Players are still setting up on the board here, so we're gonna be yapping here for a while.
Yeah, 2 more rounds left today. So we're really gonna be seeing these players lock in and try to get the last points needed to make it into that top cut, which, by the way, is going to be asymmetrical. So tomorrow we will be starting with the asymmetrical top cut up to a top 16. So anyone with the same match point as the 8th player up to the top 16 will also be playing in order to secure their way into that top cut.
Yeah, and as with the big regionals also abroad, we are having the top cut with the open deck list. So to maybe prep also players for that kind of situation. And we have also players here from Finland going the world, so maybe it's a good way to practice also those kind of situations. And really hoping that we're gonna see some great level of play there in the ASIM. And we are ready to start the stream matchup. We're gonna be diving right into it. And here we have Ville-Veikko Vähäaho playing Slowking versus Tomi Markkula's Dragable Dusknoir.
Yeah, Ville-Veikko, one of these players who got the first round by winning one of these Road to SM tournaments, and piloting this Slowking here for a while now, I think. And of course, Tomi Markkula, a fellow Swagykarp player, doing very well as well with this Dragapult archetype, which I know we featured a lot of Dragapult. You might be sick of it. I mean, it tends to happen that when we get closer to the end of the tournament, Dragapult seems to find its way to those top tables.
Yeah, it's this classic that everyone beats everyone, and in the end Dragapult wins.
Yeah.
So we are still on that end, following the plot. But let's see how Ville-Veikko can turn this matchup probably on its head. I mean, Slowking has great play into this matchup. If he can just set up that Slowking's first attack, setting up with his Academy of Night, the Trifrost Purem into it. So we can probably see a quick board wipes also that decide the game as soon as turn 2.
Yep. Slowking, one of these decks that has a very high power level, can do some absurd attacks that would otherwise be too difficult to pull off. But with, of course, that Slowking's attack allowing you to discard the top card of your deck and use the attack of a Pokemon discarded in this way. You can do some crazy attacks. And specifically, this deck is designed to beat Dragapult, though Slowking can sometimes, as we said before, lose to itself.
Yeah, but I mean, to Ville-Veikko's advantage here, Tomi hasn't opted into play any shaming, so hasn't paid the Slowking tax. So maybe we can see some kind of board wipes here happening, and also doesn't run any rare candies either, so really needs to accelerate this board fast to get at least into one Dragapult to keep this board alive.
Yeah, as far as the deck list go, like, yeah, Tomi playing a pretty straightforward Dusknoir variant of the Dragapult archetype, pretty much everything you would expect to see. The stadium of choice being Risky Ruins, and then really the only notable thing is the 2 Monkey Dory. Some lists only play 1. But yeah, other than that, nothing really too crazy in this list.
Yeah, and Ville-Veikko has included the new card from Pitch Black, which is the Annihilate. Getting those sneaky plays where you take probably a multi-price knockout, even through a possible shaming. Let's say you knock out a lone buddy from the bench in a situation like this, if Creepy doesn't retreat. But yeah.
Yeah. for sure. It can be good. Probably not like super relevant in this matchup specifically. Maybe could get in there. But
But we could see, like, if Tommy places an early risky ruins, it could send his 3-piece also down down the drain, since they get the 2 damage counters placed onto them.
yeah, and of course something like KOing a Badu from the bench could happen. But yeah, usually what Slowking likes to do in this matchup is board wipe all of the 3Ps slash Drakloaks with Kiram's attack. So Kiram has the Trifrost attack. You have to discard all of your energies, but you do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon. So that is obviously just absurd.
Oh, I think I saw the Kiram at the stadium and Slowking, but with the energy, like that would have been actually all the 3-piece of Drakloak gone
Yeah.
with just 1 energy. But
Yep.
missing out on that one, gotta be a heartbreaker there.
Yeah, this miss is looking pretty scary now for Ville Veikko, aka Vexi. Vexi not really liking this position here. That Ichi Pollen definitely hindering the setup, but also obviously the energy build. If Tommy is able to find a Dragapult attack this turn, we could be really looking at a devastating board state where Vexi's board could be basically wiped out.
Yeah, I mean, just even evolving to the Dragapult at this turn, it's already like, what's wanted? Like, you can dodge the Trifrost because Dragapult has the Terra Shield on its passive.
See a recon directive here. I think a boss's orders picked up from that. Can they see those?
Is that a Night Stretcher?
Ultra Ball.
Just checking the discard file. We have cleanly all the Drakloaks assembled here.
Looks like just an insane setup for Tommy at this point. A really, really good board. Basically, as good as you could realistically hope for at this point of the game. And we just see the Ichi Poland showing great patience there. I think a lesser player would have been tempted to just go for the attack. Maybe didn't have access to Phantom Dive here, but still could have gone and attacked or used some of those Dusclopses rather.
And here is the triple prize turn, like manages to get the energy from the top of the deck, had already all the other pieces there assembled. You also see the ground shaking for this great play.
Yes. We gotta praise ourselves. Praise there, and I really like how Vexi took out, not going like. Sometimes what can happen is you tunnel vision on, okay, on the last turn, it would have been really good to wipe out all of the Drakloaks. So, okay, one of them evolves, but you still want to knock out the Drakloaks. But there, taking out the Dusclopses was much better. Now this is limiting the Tommy's options a lot more. And yeah, honestly, I mean, we could see a Phantom Dive this turn. Obviously, the red card is very good. No, not red card, unfair stand, rather. It is a red card, just not red card.
Yeah, but the counterpoint for that, like, if you let the Dusclopses live, those are also free prize cards for you.
Yeah.
Albeit your board will be quite rough there, but let's say you took everything else out, then as a Tommy, would you want to pop those Dusclopses? Maybe yeah, still, but just a food for thought.
I think was the correct play there. I mean, you really don't want to see a dust norm being used. Both slow kings going away be really bad for you. But yeah, I mean, unfair stamp there, really hurting Bexy here. Didn't get that Kangaskhan down, something that you usually want, or at least something like a Pheasant DPT. A bit more draw power. Now you're just relying on those two cards in your hand, and this is definitely a combo deck. You need to find a lot of pieces to get these attacks off from smoking.
Yeah, but the stadium still remains in play. I mean, just one rose patch and an energy, maybe like lilies or something would really bail out this situation fine.
The energy. Actually, okay. We actually see also the Wanderers patch, I think. So I think we can attack this turn. Now, there are two options. I think the Spectrier was in hand. Now, that's not like super good in this position. You can knock out that Dracloak. It's just like okay. But
There's also a chance that you just promote Slowpoke and use the Dangle Tail to get some pieces on the board.
oh, actually, I don't think there was any basic psychic energy in the discard pile. So no attack could be pulled on. Okay, yeah.
Here's the
This is
Bulbasaur.
basic. I think here I would like to just see Bexy concede the game. I don't think a single top deck.
I mean,
can
that's
do-
still 2 prices only. So now here's something like Lily's Clefairy in the one rose patch, and
yeah.
hasn't hit it. Rough start. Whiffing that Trifrost just with 1 energy away from actually sweeping that board. So
Yeah, there maybe we would have to look again. Maybe the Trifrost on the turn it happened was still correct. There could also be the argument that your board wasn't ready to, take prizes. Because that stamp basically ended up winning the game.
yeah, but not that there was much options either. Since you were under item lock, once Dragapult gets set up, there's not many targets anywhere to try Frost, and then you are
Yeah.
at a disadvantage. So
Yeah, I think, especially because there were 2 Dusclopses on the board, that you kind of just have to go for the play, hope the stamp doesn't happen or that the red card doesn't happen, something like that.
yeah, so let's see if Quexi can now bring it back. I mean, successful game 2 with a clean sweep. Let's say Trifrost, and we have game 3 on our hands.
Yeah, I think classically also this matchup is much better for Slowking if they get to go first. So we might see, and we should probably see Bexy opting to go first in this game. I do believe that in the first game, Tommy won the coin flip. And okay, this is looking much better, yeah. Bexy does opt to go first. And
We already telepathic psychic energy in hand, and
Yeah.
there's Pokepad, so this guarantees another Slowpoke and Latias to go with it. So in pace already to making great turn 2.
yeah, the Kangaskhan already securing this board a lot more. You definitely want the draw from this. Typically, in these types of decks, these one pricer decks, you wouldn't really love to see something like a multipricer put on the bench, something like that. Yes. You look at something like Festival Lead, and they don't want to play any two pricers because you're a one price deck. You get the advantage from only having one price Pokemon to play. But the Slow King archetype saying, nah, I'd win anyway.
Yeah, as long as you get the Trifrost off, you are probably in good hands already.
Yeah. And to be fair, something like Festival Lead has the Twackies, so you have a good engine on your own with your one pricers. But this Slow King kind of needs something a bit more. Here, Tommy having like an okay start as well. Looks like eyeing up an Ultra Ball to be played.
Yeah, with this start, you have to find the energy to retreat this Duskull. If you don't get the H-Pollen going, it's like guaranteed that you get Trifrosted the following turn. That opens up all kinds of plays for Vexi, for example, Secret Box and those plays.
I gotta say, I really like the pace of play on both of these players. I think they've been going about at a good pace. I am surprised that Tommy has 2 ties. He's been playing very, very fast here. Let's see if he can pull something together here. I think I already saw energy. You want to retreat into that body. Do we see something like a body Puffin or even another 3P?
Just H-Pollen, I mean, there's 3 targets for the Trifrost if Vexi manages to make it happen, so there's Stadium.
Okay.
I see the Kyurem already. There's also an energy card. I mean, did I see Meowth there? It could guarantee the Cypher Maniacs already. So
Yeah.
I
The
think
Meowth
we're
is
gonna
there.
be seeing Trifrost here.
We could, I guess, also see some other attack. Would there be anything else? Maybe you could use the Spectrier. You could KO the 3P without discarding your energies, and then you would threaten the Trifrost on the following turn as well. I think something like that could be good.
Maybe I would have liked to see a boomerang energy from the Cypher Maniac instead of attaching this basic energy, but there's also merits to that because now you have available one basic psychic energy which opens up your one rose patch.
Yeah. For sure. Let's see. I think the Spectre was put into the hand. There.
Okay. Here we have the explosive turn 2, taking 3 prize cards and leaving Tommy to scratch his head. What's my plan now?
And if anyone was confused, Vexi did kind of skip a step. Didn't put the Kyurem on top of the deck and then discard it. Just showed it and did the attack with that. But yeah, Slowking does discard the top part of your deck and then use the attack. It doesn't come from the hand. Let's see, can Tommy put anything together here?
Yeah, I mean, without the Shaman, it's pretty rough. Vexi has 2 turns always to make the second Trifrost happen. Even if you get your 3-piece to track logs, they still go to that like paper. So
I think the body basically has to happen this turn. If it doesn't, Vexi can just get the patch. Though I guess Slowking is stuck in the active spot.
yeah, I mean, this judge is good. If you manage to find a body there, you can maybe buy yourself a couple of turns if slogging doesn't find any good options there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is why I think I would have preferred Bexy to just use the Spectre attack last turn. I think just saving the energies in play would have been a lot scarier. But this turn, I think now the 3P can chill. I think obviously if you can just get the attack off next turn, it doesn't matter. Tommy doesn't play any rare candies, but it is what it is.
Yeah, well, the silver lining is here that since Tommy hasn't drawn any prize cards yet, you get fresh 8 cards from this Lily's Determination, and probably something to help him with this difficult turn.
Yeah, also the red card found. That could be played. I think Bexy, has maybe 3 cards in hand already, so
Yeah, would have played any Lily or Cybermaniac out of that hand if he had one, so
yeah.
probably best to hold off now for the red
I mean, he's starting to get set up here. The price lead is a bit scary, and this now opens the door for Trifrost to just win. But let's be realistic. If a Trifrost happens, you lose anyway, whether it actually wins the game or not. Ooh, could actually. I think I would have liked to have seen actually the Peasant DPT. Can Sloking. No, it can't copy the Peasant DPT. Okay.
Yeah, otherwise we would be seeing a lot of Phantom Dogs from logging.
That's true. Okay, Pokemon, don't listen to me. Don't get any ideas.
Now the Duskull is also a liability, like you can't pop that anymore. But I think this is gonna get difficult now for Tommy, even if you get this knockout there. Kangaskhan will come and start drawing those cards, so anything that can take a knockout there, even from those bench Pokemon, is valuable here.
Quite interesting not benching that Peasant DPT there. From Vex's hand. Maybe what close up the bench, but no.
I mean, one line of play, if there is a boss available, would just be Jet Headbutt for the slogging and start prepping for the following turns. You have to draw a lot of prize cards when you start doing that.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate to just see Tommy go red card. Maybe just knock out the active one, get the energies off, and hope that Rexy doesn't get anything. Maybe you want to preserve the red card. Seems like Tommy wants to keep that in the deck.
And 8 new cards again. Someone from the chat pointing out that if you bench the Fez, you are board locked, so you couldn't play Lily's Clefairy for KO in Dragon.
That is very true. That would open up the possibility for Tommy to not take any knockouts.
Yeah, now finds the unfair stamp instead of the red card, so even better.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't the Pheasant DPT be nice?
Checkmate.
But obviously, Tommy could have played differently if the Fest was in play.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mexi still has that slow, the other slow king there.
Yeah,
ready
and
to
the
go.
stadium is still there.
Yeah, also has the Kangaskhan. So the board is still like in a really good spot. I think even something like probably like a Cyphermania kind of energy in hand would be, close out this game.
There's 3 of those Cybermaniacs in his list.
Yeah, only one Meowth. That's already on the board. And the 6 damage counters coming out. Oh, King, definitely correct. Ooh, the telepath. Like found.
Wants to thin out the deck before drawing with Kangaskhan, so probably Lily's Clefairy hitting board now.
Yep.
Does he want to bench anything else? If he draws now in the Pheasant Deputy with this Kangaskhan, I think this is going to get punished.
Yeah, I think his hand must not be that great. I think maybe this means that maybe trying to survive. So let's see if we get anything. I think another Kangaskhan. I think there was a Night Stretcher in there. Maybe an Ultra Ball.
I mean, Kangaskhan in the active spot isn't the end of the world because popping the Jaws clubs will end the game straight for Vex's favor, so
Yeah.
just holding on for now. I mean, benching the second Slowpoke isn't that bad either, since now you have multiple outs for getting that knockout on the Dragapult. I would like to see like Risky Ruins into Mangidori, boss the Clefairy, and go also for the slogging at the same time.
Yeah, we could have a very brutal turn here. Yeah, the stadium bump is a pretty good start. Maybe not as relevant anymore. I think I would imagine that that slow king is going to go down on the bench, so it might be just easier to get the knockout with Clefairy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't slogging have 130?
Oh, I think it does. I think you're correct.
Nope, it's 120.
Okay, I am correct.
Yeah, no Mangidori needed there. Now the boss order is being played. I think question is between Clefairy and Latias.
Like this. You're not opening up the board. Okay, you are. I could have imagined.
Why not just take out the Lily's Clefairy? Well, maybe he wanted to track something else than Kangaskhan in the front, now that he can't promote it and switch it back on the same turn.
Draw. Now Fess is active.
Press into Wondrous Patch attach. Just end the game here on the spot.
Yeah. Yeah, this is quite.
I mean, it has to happen this turn, otherwise it's just over.
I don't think the slow king was that big of a threat. It's probably easier to attack with Lily, the fairy.
Do we have anything? Dutch. And
There's a Cypher Maniac, but
there's a switch in the deck. You could cipher for the switch and one rose
not
patch.
sure. Is it?
Then draw them with Kangaskhan.
Yeah, I think. Okay, yeah, you should have it. Let's see, does Lexi see it?
Probably checking about that one last prize card there.
Oh,
Okay, promotes to Kangaskhan. And do we have the cipher? Yeah, I think one rose patch and switch does it, so. Oh yeah, it was a full art switch, so I missed it.
yep. One first match, switch. Yeah, Lexi was playing like maybe they didn't see it by taking the slow king. Oh, but use the switch first. Oh, I think they will ask the judge probably if it's okay for Vexy to use them in the correct order.
Oh no.
Yep.
Like, this is a make or break situation. I mean, yeah, both of the two cards were there.
Okay, yeah, it is allowed.
Yeah.
That's good for us. We will get to have one more game. Both players playing very nicely. Oh, we have some unbeaten players here. Jaakko Karjalainen. We're not gonna maybe say which decks they are playing, just in case. Maybe there would be some scouting for those. But yeah, Jaakko Karjalainen going 5-0 in this round. Also Jonna Painisto, the champion of last year's SM Tournament at 5-0. Sami Perälä, who we saw stream, 5-0. And we also have Arni Karjola and Hermanni Hietolahti, both very well-known players.
Yeah, if you are watched any of the regionals or ICs or worlds, stuff like that in the season, I mean, Arni and Hermanni are probably the names that might be familiar even to you all if you are abroad. So some high-profile players here also
Yeah.
gunning for the top cuts.
Yeah, Arni, a regional champion, and Hermanni, a multiple time regional top cut player, finals player. Doesn't quite have that win yet, but I'm sure like it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, like, why not start with the nationals win?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe tomorrow we'll see someone like Hermanni taking it all down. But yeah, no surprise seeing any of these players here towards the top tables. All of them doing consistently very well and playing there behind us. Also some other, like we have so many other players doing well as well.
And we're probably now heading to the game 3. We have this time Tommy starting up with Attach and another creepy here.
Yeah, not a super great start there. No coffin, no potter, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I see a Lily is there, so wants to play the stadium first to maximize also what is available. I think what needs to be found here is the telepathic psychic energy to get that Latias, and also Kangaskhan would be nice.
Yeah. See the Lily is being played. Very nice start here for Vexy. And think we would like to see the Latias, the Kangaskhan, the energy attachment. But even this is like fine.
Yeah, and the icing on the cake would be probably that one of lucky helmet that Vex is playing to give him more outs for that inevitable itchy pollen.
Yeah, I think the most important piece is going to be that energy found there. Definitely the energy you want to find. You can get the Latias with it as well. Yeah, I mean,
I think there's Ultra Ball there, so getting the Kangaskhan now feels pretty juicy.
yeah, you can even retreat to it now. Draw a couple cards, then next turn start drawing it as well. If we have it in the deck, could we have priced?
Only plays 2 of those.
Yeah, looks like maybe the Mega Kangaskhan is more priced. That is quite unfortunate for Bexy.
Yeah, but I think since with the Ultra Ball, in addition to the Pokepad, you can take at least multiple floggings. Maybe would have considered Kyurem also, but there's the Lucky Helmet at least. Now, this is kind of like Kangaskhan.
Yeah, Kangaskhan at home. I think. Oh, damn! It's got in 2 Dragapods.
I mean, what I would like to see here is me out in the chats. Just go YOLO. You know your opponent has already what he needs into the hand. Like, you want the Digipollen now and to disrupt the Slowking, so how about that for a line?
Yeah, I think the Kyurem is in Vex's hand already. So if he just has an energy, he should have this Bifrost turn. Oh, but
And
that
there's the judge. Called it.
a very nice judge full art there.
I really like the one with the speedy glasses more though.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. I think we have a lot of good judge arts.
Yeah, and for the biggest nostalgia for me is the HS era judge.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
a classic one.
feel it. It's there.
Yeah, shout out to the judges.
Exactly.
Not only the cards, but also the people here.
We have also a couple of great judges here doing this event, so shout out to those guys.
Yeah, big shout out. Let's see. Back to the game.
And there's
the
the
retreat into
inevitable Ichipol, and now gets 2 cards for the Lucky Guy.
I think, don't be true.
There's Energy Slowking and Device by Lilies also.
It is.
I mean, Cypher Maniac would go hard here also.
I think.
No,
Tommy
it wasn't a Slowking.
drew into a Pokepad, but didn't search for another Draglow, even though that 1-3P had been in play for turn already.
Now that's a misplay.
Unless like all the Draglows are priced, I guess.
Or did he save it if he's anticipating a Trifrost? Search for a 3-bit turn after, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean you would just search it out now.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, interesting. I think he was playing quite fast there. Oh, just
Takes the knockout.
a rare Slowpoke knockout. I'm not really sure about that. I don't love that.
I mean, if there's unfair stamp now, it's gonna be pain for Vexy to climb back here. So, okay.
Something like an energy Dragapult stamp would spell disaster. You could attack into the Latias maybe, and then not take a knockout. Or even you could take a knockout on the Slowpoke. It already has that one damage counter from the Ichipollen. So, yeah, at least we don't have a boss.
Yeah, I mean, things are getting quite dicey, but it's not like it's yet the end of the world. We can probably establish another Slowking next turn if the draws are good. I mean, it all rests now if Tommy can find the unfair stamp or not.
And we gotta remember that at the beginning of the game, Tommy did have to discard 2 Dragon Bolts. So finding the Dragon Bolt could actually prove to be quite a challenge here.
Yeah, runs 3 of those, so we don't have the exact information of the price cards, but it might also be that Night Stretcher is now only the option if the last one is priced.
Yeah, does play 3 Night Stretcher, so should have plenty of ways to get them, and this Ultra Ball is probably gonna be enough to find.
I mean, I love the luxury of 3 Night Stretchers in Dragapult. They're so versatile, and you can always get some value out of it, especially when you're playing the Dusk Northland.
Yeah, for sure. Even just getting like an energy back can be so good. Night Stretcher, a great card. Let's see, recontracted. I think a Christian found. Another recontracted. I don't think Bexy was punished or
Yeah, I mean, probably gets to keep that huge hand of cards.
Yeah.
I don't see the pink card yet anywhere, so... And since there's a Lucky Helmet also in play, I mean, getting a Slowking at this point isn't going to probably be a problem. Now the question is, what attack will you choose when you build it? I mean, Trifrost is great, but it will leave a fully loaded Dragapult also into the center.
yeah, I think it,
And since there were already 2 Dragapults discarded with the early Ultra Ball, I mean, going after this Dragapult with Metagross attack or something else would also be quite nice.
I think either I wouldn't mind just Trifrosting here. Tommy didn't use that Dusk Gloves there. Probably just waiting, wants to use it at Dusk more, but could be a bit tough.
But since all the Kangaskhans are priced, I mean, ciphering here is a bit awkward since you can draw them unless you get the pheasant. No.
The 3-4-6, is that really the best we can do?
The amount of cards you have to shuffle back into this deck. Oh man. I guess there was no Ultra Ball to search for a Peasant DPT either, but this is gonna sting. Like, now it isn't even a guarantee to get this logging going.
Yeah. Has to draw pretty freaking well off of this Lily to 6.
Yeah, with the early knockout on the body, you only are drawing 6 cards.
What do you see here? Yeah, I think there was the Peasant DPT.
There's also Kyurem. I only need 1 rose patch now. I think you have to go for it. There are 3 of those in the deck, so flipping the script now. Search for that is the play. Wants to thin out, obviously, deck and set up his future turns.
I like that Slowpoke bench there. But no Wondrous Patch found. Can be a pass. not super great.
Oh, okay. If Tommy gets to evolve a second Dragapult into the play and attach probably an energy, I mean, this is looking rough now.
Yeah, this is super rough, and we're not even playing rough yet here.
Nice. I mean, Ruffian here would discard that boomerang energy.
True, true.
But yeah, I mean, we think that last turn was such a disaster. I mean, Tommy doesn't even have to take any knockouts this turn, just punch that Latias. Would probably, I don't know, one to face, or maybe just all 6 to a sloping, then gust up the Meowth, and yeah, pop it dust clubs and you're basically done, but you still have some moves to make, cards to play.
Well, let's see. Maybe a Dragapult ball here. Potentially. I don't know. You probably don't even need to do that. I think at this point you can do kind of anything. You should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Rifrost still can hurt a little, since now you won't have the access to the Dusk Clubs. I think I'd like to see an Evolve here.
Okay, and we're like getting down in time. The stream match started a little bit later.
Yeah, we just had 4 minutes left called here, so we are nearing those last 3 turns here. But I think this matchup will definitely see a decisive result.
Yeah, I doubt we'll even go to time in this game. I think anyway it goes.
I mean, the fact still remains that those 2 Dragapults are in the discard pile. If you manage to knock that one out, is there a world where Tommy whiffs his Night Stretchers? I mean, if I was Vexi now, I would probably think that there isn't a Night Stretcher in hand because Tommy didn't evolve the Dracloak on the bench.
Is there even a way to knock out the Dragon? Oh, I think it was maybe just pass or something.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Tommy wins. I guess.
Yeah. Cryptic last sequence, but yeah, we see Tommy taking the game. So, yet another win for Dragapult.
Yeah. And I mean, I hate to say it, but get ready to see even more Dragapult heading into the next day. The Dragapults are doing fine.
Yeah. The rumors of their death is greatly exaggerated, and we'll be seeing them healthy here, thriving in their lane.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen some decks that can definitely take on Dragapult. I know there's still Excadrill doing well. I think there was a pretty crazy Crosto build also doing well. So those can be like really tough for Dragapult to deal with. But you know, it feels like Dragapult still kind of finds the way a lot of the time. Like this should be a pretty bad matchup, in theory at least, for
Yeah.
Dragapult.
Especially with no shaming and rare candies.
Yeah, but it's that itchy pollen.
Yeah, Edgy Pollen, just that strong.
Yeah, but I think we will be drawing it to a break at this point.
Yes, and we are gearing up for that last round of Swiss after this one, so stay tuned and we'll probably have some exciting win-in matchup there for the top cut.
See you there.
And we are back once again with the final round of Swiss today, and we'll be deciding who goes to the ASM Top Cut and who doesn't.
Yeah, already quite a few players decided here, some IDs happening, but we still have some players playing that final round, trying to get to those match points that will guarantee them the day two. We will be going to an asymmetrical top cut round tomorrow. So what that means basically is anyone at the same point as the 8th player in the tournament will be also playing. Basically, it will go up to a top 16. There will be an extra round for those people who are playing that asymmetrical round. So let's say that maybe only one player would be outside of that at the same point as the one at 8th place. Then the 8th and the 9th player would play. And then if there was two, then the 7th, the 10th player would play, and so on until top 16.
Yeah, there's also where we just have a clean cut and there is no asymmetrical phase, but it's now out there since this is a quite large tournament and we were just shy a couple of players to hit the next round of Swiss, so chances of people bubbling were so high that I think this is the correct decision to have ASM.
Yeah, it's very good, and we get to play one more round tomorrow. I think we will have quite a few players in the asymmetrical top cuts. We will keep you posted on that. We will be soon heading to another exciting game. I think the players are ready, so I think we can head down.
All right, so we have here a local scratch matchup from Jyväskylä City. Players very familiar with each other. There's Aaron, who's been repping the Ensterark archetype for a good time for now, and Pyry defaulting to the Dragapult, which has been in the stream a couple of times already, but as Cream tends to go to the top, so does the Dragapult work.
Yeah, we know. We've seen quite a few. We tried to find a match that was a Dragapult, but I mean, Dragapult is also at the end of the day quite fun to watch. Especially this matchup, I think is very interesting. Zoroark is one of the decks that actually has a pretty good Dragapult matchup. Now, the Dusknoir variant is specifically best equipped to deal with Zoroark, but it can still be a bit scary for that Dragapult archetype.
Yeah, and here we see Pyry starting out with the Ultra Ball. Already has the Badiou in the active spot, so good for him, doesn't need to retreat next turn. We could also see a cheeky knockout from Aaron's side if he manages to get the second Turo with Pecheron, then maybe Mochi. And do I see the pink card already raw in hand?
Always has it.
Eyeing up those cards. What to discard with the secret box? I mean, you couldn't get more perfect start to your day than this. I mean, it's an elimination match and you're starting up with the raw box in hand, so probably something like Buddy Puffin and Lily is at least gonna be grabbed. Maybe Ends Castle to provide the free retreat to the Zorro.
Yeah. Aaron definitely a player who is kind of known for sticking to a single archetype for a long time, really getting good at playing that. Does experiment from time to time, but usually tends to just play the same deck. Also plays a lot, and I mean a lot, of PTCG Live. You can always see him testing there. And
Oh, do we have a pivot here? I think eyeing up that Mochi and Cyrano. So not going for the Lilies, so I think we could see actually a Badiou knockout.
yeah,
I mean, Badiou with Mochi. Is that an option? Or
I don't think so. You can't poison the Badu with
yeah,
Petromant. Yeah. So it would have to be with the Sorua, but since the Badu is benched, I think we will see just an Ichipollen here. But that's also completely fine.
yeah, I was probably jumping the gun here a little bit, but I saw the mochi and I saw the line and I was like, ooh.
You're so excited to see Badu blood. Badu on Badu violence. But don't worry, we will get to see some Ichipollen action going back and forth here, I'm sure.
I mean, the Cyrano makes here sense since you will be each opponent the next turn, so the Lilies is a gamble. Cyrano is the surefire way to get all these 3 Zoros to evolve the next turn, unless we would see something like a judge from Puru this turn.
Yeah, I think the main thing missing from Aaron's first turn here was definitely that energy. I mean, it is something that once Puru now Ichipollens, you know that next turn there is not going to be any attack from Zoroark. There's no way of getting 2 energy on a Zoroark since you can't use that ends PP up.
Yeah, and Aaron has decided to not play Janin either, so that's not gonna be an option. So double energies are not happening the next turn.
Yeah, Aaron does seem to have a pretty usual list, something we see quite often nowadays. Nothing really super crazy that I can see right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, Darmanitan line, and then also the Zekrom to go with Yveltal also. I don't think there's Reshiram anymore at these lists. You can manage the Dragapult without the Reshiram nowadays, that you just put the Mochi down and play Black Belt, and that's a knockout.
Yeah, you can also use Mochi plus Monkey Dory or Monkey Dory plus Black Belt. You basically need 2 of those pieces to get the knockout, but it's quite easy to do. Zoroark draws a lot of cards, something it has very similar to Trackball. However, not having a great start here. We only see that 1 Tracklope there, no other 3Ps, no Duscles, nothing like that. It's only the Monkey Dory bench.
I mean, Aaron deciding to discard that ends Darmanitan there. I mean, not sure about that one. Could have also benched it to threaten a possible knockout for both Badu and the Tracklope. If this Ichipollen continues, I think since Pur didn't find any other basics, it would have been an option.
Yeah, though also,
No energy.
yeah, still no energy. Means that Puru will be fine next turn as well. I think you don't want to bench the Darumaka here. You really need to be careful with your bench space as in Zoroark. And now with the books, the transformation tomes, you can change some other Pokemon into another basic Pokemon from your discard pile, and that's something that Zoroark does run nowadays. So you can change your Badu to be a Darumaka, something like that. But yeah, you gotta be really careful with your bench space. If you bench too many Pokemon, then you won't be able to keep pieces in play like the Pecharon to get the Mochi Poison, or of course you need to also attack with something like the Zekrom, so you need to always have a space for that.
Yeah, now since Pur has set up also now the Monkey Dory, we will be seeing a knockout here on the opposing Badu this turn, either already on his turn with the ability and then placing 2 damage counters on the Zoroark with the weakness, or then just saving that 1 and taking just 1 knockout. I mean, either one is fine.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked a little bit about Aaron really sticking to Zoroark and sticking to the decks he played. I mean, Huru, very similar to that. I know they test together a lot, and yeah, Huru has been playing Dragapult for a really long time. I'm sure he can navigate this matchup specifically very well. They play a lot together, so yeah. Oh, very nice. Also saving that one damage counter there.
Yeah, I think that was the correct play because now you have one left over and you can probably put it on, let's say there was a Zorua or something else hitting the bench. The one damage counter is more valuable to have your way of choosing where to put it.
Yeah, it can even be quite good to put on a Zoroark. A Zoroark, of course, in order to use the Mochi, does have to poison itself. So that just put one damage counter on it. And then Phantom Dive, you do 200 and then spread 6 damage counters to the bench. So, I mean, the math lines up there. You can put 6 damage counters on the Zoroark, then use Phantom Dive with that Zoroark active, do 200, and then if there's the poison, that's 1, and then that Monkey Dory ping would be 1. So exactly 280. This is the type of math we need to be doing in this matchup.
Advanced calculus here going on, and we now finally see an energy card for Aaron. I think better late than never. Now at least he has some kind of play to threaten against Pyrrhus. Lone Draclow, another energy then, and the boss orders at least to guarantee the knockout.
Yeah,
Some trade action also going on here. Doesn't want to probably bench any more than is needed right now because benching something like Pecharunt now only feeds to the boss turn after if Burr decides to evolve there and start Phantom Diving. So disciplined play from both of the players. Nice to see.
yeah, interesting. Let's see if Buddha will even Phantom Dive this turn. I think patience is definitely key in this matchup. You don't want to be too rash with your decisions. You can be punished quite hard if you start attacking as Dragapult before you are set up correctly. It can really start biting you. But then also with Zoroark, I mean, if you get too aggressive with that, you can run out of resources. You can also be unfair stand. Maybe if your board isn't set up well enough, you can miss those crucial turns.
Yeah, I mean now with the Tome still being blocked with the Ichiball, and I don't think Pyrrhu has any hurry here. I would like to see another developing turn. Just go with the Ichiball and build 2 Dracloaks or 3 and maybe then start evolving those, and when you are all good to go, so start swinging at that point. But let's see what the decision is. Takes Psychic Energy and a Darkness Energy out of the Crispin. Darkness probably going to his hand for now.
Yeah, just getting that darkness into the hand already. I assume that the fire energy found in his hand will be attached to that other Dracloak this turn. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Yeah.
Now attaching both of those energies or a second energy to the Dracloak might be also signaling that he wants to press some gas now and start probably evolving, but let's see what's the decision here. I mean, sitting on the 2 energy Dracloak is always a pretty risk, since if Aaron just now attaches 1 energy and bosses it up, it kind of puts Spur a little bit backwards.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing even just the evolve on the Dracloak. You know, evolve it into a Dragapult. You can save the energies, and then Aaron wouldn't have a reasonable way. Actually, I don't think any sort of way taking the knockout. I'm trying to think if there would be a line. I don't think there is. Yeah, with Ichipollen, that would mean that Aaron wouldn't be able to get enough energy to play to do some sort of a boss or veteran play. So I think Puru is pretty safe, chilling this turn.
I mean, if I was Aaron at this point, I'd feel quite pressured to start taking some kind of knockouts here.
Yeah,
If Dragapult gets to set up too long, it's an uphill battle from there.
I think maybe going into Aaron's next turn, depending on what Puru does here. If another Ichipolon comes out, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a KO on the Duskull. Ooh, we see the Dusknoir. I do think Puru told me that he was playing rare candies. We don't quite yet have Puru's deck list here, but I do think that he was playing at least a couple rare candies in the list, so we could see that. I think the search of that Dusknoir is signaling that.
Yeah, those rare candies really back up a bunch, so I mean, evolving a Dusknoir here would go in line with the possible Phantom Dive angle. See an attachment for the fire energy also. Blowing up the Dusknoir to the active Zoroark. That's definitely going to be followed by this Phantom Dive. Well, quite strong start for Puru.
Yeah, this is pretty great.
But there's the Mochi and there's the energy on the bench Zoroark, and then I remember there was already the Veteran EX on the hand, so getting this knockout back isn't going to probably be that much of a hassle.
Yeah, but actually, Puru does know his way around this matchup. Spreading that 2-2, that might seem a bit, weird. Like, wouldn't you like to maybe stack all the 6 on the Zoroark with the energy? But you gotta remember, Zekrom only does 250 damage with that Rampaging Thunder. And if you copy that with Zoroark, obviously, then the Mochi would be plus 40, so that would be 290. Then you would still need something like a Monkey Dory, but Monkey Dory could now only move 2, so you would actually be 10 off from getting the knockout. So you would have to play the Black Belt and have the Pechamat Mochi. I think the Black Belt is in hand, but
yeah, there's also Monkey Dory in hand, so if we can get some Ents PB ups here, I think there's fighting chances here for Autumn.
yeah, this is definitely not like super bad for Autumn either. I mean, Puru knows his stuff, but this is still very much favored for Zoroark.
Do we take the knockout on the Badiou since we're drawing prizes anyway?
I think so.
Yeah, this also removes the damage counters on play from Puru's side, so he can't toss them over anymore.
Yeah.
Now maybe it came to bite him back that he held on to this 1 damage counter for so long.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Though obviously this specific play, it would have been a bit weird because he then would have needed to attack into the Badiou. The body would have been KO'd, would have had to attack into something else, so there would have been some more damage in play. This stuff can be a bit weird.
And here we see the black belt being played. A second Mochi also dropping to the board, prepping for the future turns. So I think we're gonna see Pecheron's chains now being activated and Zoroark getting to the active spot poisoned. So we'll be reaching those high damage numbers and getting that one shot. Let's see if Aaron decides to play anything else from his hand to probably thin out. I think he is expecting a hand disruption here.
Yeah, I think Turu already had the unfair stamp in hand. This is a bit tough. Because at this point, Adam will win the game by just taking the knockout on a single Dragapult. Prices have lined up in a way.
Yeah, now it's impossible to avoid putting just 2 damage counters on each of your opponent's Pokemon. As yeah, or is there is still a way, I think, if you just Phantom Dive this active guy, but then the damage counters are also there, so yeah.
This is a bit tough. You could also knock out the Petron, but then you give more draw over to Adam's side.
Should you even go at this point after the Monkey Dory?
Yeah, I mean the Monkey Dory could also be really good target.
Lines up for your price map also quite well, since you are at odd prices now, so brings you up to the 2, but
I mean, if there was another Duskull in play last turn, you could have gone into Dusclops this turn and actually won the game with just a boss onto the Petron, and then pop onto the Monkey Dory, and then Phantom Dive onto it. But
I think the Monkey Dory has to go this turn because Aaron only plays 1 black belt, and I think Pyr knows that, so then just spreading the rest of the damage 2, 2, and 2 probably. Not sure.
I think another interesting line here could be if Pyr was able to find a stadium buff, just attacking into the active Pokemon. Because, of course, Zekrom isn't able to attack on consecutive turns. Now there's the Ends Castle in play, so you can just cheat and then catch on again to move it to the active spot. But, yeah. Stadium was pumped. There wouldn't be a knockout, so there wouldn't be any best draw. And you could maybe set up the board to be so that you can just win next turn with something like boss orders. I think it's very possible that that's the play Pyr is going for. Then that would obviously mean that, you know, the stadium would basically just win the game at that point, but that might be your best out. I think giving the fest draw after that unfair stamp is something you don't want to do this turn.
Yeah, is there any like 1 price lines here if you don't evolve in the Dragapult, maybe getting Badiou back into the action or something like that? Maybe also would involve the stadium bump. But the problem is probably the Monkey Dory there. It will guarantee a knockout if you hit onto the active Pokemon. You would need to gust something up.
Yeah, I think it basically has to be just the Dragapult. Okay, the Pheasantipity comes down.
Not sure about that one. Now
I think
boss's orders just wins the game. But
maybe I don't know if is there actually an out of Dragapult. I think there is probably Ultra Ball there. I think would have had to do that, otherwise.
yeah, we think the Dragapult probably loses the game on the spot also, so I have to just maximize now all the draws.
Yeah, and I don't think it actually matters. I think at this point, with this board Autumn has set up, the Pheasantipity is basically exactly the same as something like the Dragapult. You can KO them basically just as easily. I think the way it's running up is probably going to be just that attack into the active, bump the stadium, and hope that Aaron doesn't draw into the stadium. I don't actually think there is any other way. I think there would be like a boss ends PP up.
Yeah, and I
And
mean,
an energy.
if you just hit now into the active, at least your opponent isn't getting the first draws, and due to the unfair stamp being played, now to start trading up from just 2 cards plus the turn after card means that you might need to discard some key pieces also to just get something out of those trades. So it's still down the wire.
Stadium bump. This is also nice. The jamming tower is shutting off that Mochi. This has been a great game.
Yeah, neither player is backing off. Like this game has been going on for a while, but both see that they have still lines to win it. So don't want to concede early. Want to just win this game and win the series.
Yeah, I don't think neither player should be conceding here. I think both of them have a very realistic chance of winning this. I would probably say it's a bit more favored towards Autumn, but I mean, Puru would still definitely run away with this game.
Yeah, but we need the Dragapult ASAP.
yeah, we have to find it. Basically, here, I don't think there's any.
I mean, the deck is getting so thin that you have to probably see it at this point.
Yeah, there's the nice stretcher. I'm sure that's what Puru was looking for. I think maybe there wasn't a Dragapult in the deck since he decided to go for that meow. Or maybe he was looking for something else.
I can hear the riffling of those discard pile cards from Aaron from the highlight zone all the way to here. He has his own style of doing this.
Yeah, he refills his cards a lot. It's also funny, Aaron has like whole deck blinged out, all the like super expensive rarities, and then Puru likes to play like the lowest rarity, the like non-hollow versions, the leaf versions, everything.
Yeah, they're like the yin and yang here. Rivals from both same local scene, so there's definitely also some pride lining on this, riding on this line.
Yeah. It's a nail biter.
I mean, now comes the chain of trades. Probably we have to see maybe Stadium and Boss.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think only just a stadium would be enough. Just a stadium bump would be enough.
He plays 2.
Yeah.
One is bumped already, so
It's interesting because you could play that Lily and see more cards originally to be more likely to find the stadium, but energy plus boss I think is also enough.
he has also that ends PP up there.
Yeah. I think if we see other bosses orders or stadium here, okay,
There's the stadium.
and that's enough.
Yeah, I think he can just retreat. Now.
Retreat.
Has the Monkey Dory, has the Mochi.
Promote.
Yeah, Guru realizes also that that's the game. So Aaron taking game 1, going up 1-0 in the series, and
Yeah, with a pretty lucky draw. Finding that.
yeah, I mean
That
it
one
was the
guy.
last remaining castle on his deck.
Yeah, and the deck wasn't small at all.
And while players are setting for the game 2, I think we have some statistics here also for the players who have done well so far in the Swisses and are probably going to take their places in the top cuts. So we have already previously featured Sami Perla here going 6-0. He called the 7-0 and he's now 1 game away from it. He might just do it.
Yeah, Sami was telling us that he's not gonna back down, he's not gonna ID, just gonna keep playing. Tosiaan Varilainen, Hermanni Hietalahti, Jonna Vainisto, Ville Litmanen, and Tomi Markkula. all at great scores here.
And we have a lot of players gunning for those rest of those spots. I think all of them at the 4-1-1 are playing for a win to just secure that place in the ASIM. So I think there's still a lot of great games to be played. We had an in-game announcement there from the PA, but now we can see that players are already going for the second game. Setup has been done. I think Aaron has been forced to go first, but he has the Tatsugiri, so I think getting those lilies or Cyranos will be in his reach. And I think there was 19 minutes left into the clock, so we have to see now a pace of play speed increase, at least from Pyry. Maybe just not going with so much calculations and just maybe skip the price checking to a minimum and just try to swing game back in his favor.
Yeah, exactly. I think definitely wants to go into that Badu here, that Tatsugiri. Is a bit annoying to be in the active spot. And Tusorvas were found. So gonna be able to find that Cyrano. Maybe something else next turn as well. Autumn will be able to set up quite nicely here. I don't think there's much Pyry can do to stop it.
Serena going up to the discard pile by accident, I think. Also finds the third Zoro. I think this plays well into the Cyrano, even under item lock. So really great start from Aaron at this point.
Yeah, well, also crucially again missing that energy. I just cannot find it. It's crazy how Zoroark. I mean, it plays basically the same amount of energy as Dragapult, but it cannot find that. Whereas Dragapult seems to always have the energy.
Yeah, they always have it and get their retreat into this body, which we are probably going to see here from Pyry. I think he's still taking some time to go through the deck, but as the clock is already ticking, I'd like to see snap decisions here. Probably just take a little risk there. Even if it's not the optimal line, I think you just have to play now fast to get the dub.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure at what kinds of points people will be getting into that top cut. Like maybe there is a world, if there's enough ties, maybe something like A4, 1, 2 would also be able to play in the ASIM top cut. But I would imagine that both of these players are aiming to win this round. That 5-1-1 would definitely secure them a spot. And they could even be skipping that ASIM round and just going straight into the top cut.
Yeah, I mean, 16 points here is probably what they need. So I think tie for Pyry is just not an option here, since so many people are at 13 points. But I mean, yeah, there's a world where 14 points might do the trick, but here we see now the lilies to 8 cards, final card also there from the top of the deck. Wants to hit more 3Ps, and here we see a Buddy Buddy Poppin. I think that's great. Probably one 3P, one Duskull, or if you are daring, you could even go for the two Duskulls and just bump your way to the victory. But keeping Aaron off the energy is now something that's giving you the silver lining, at least in this game.
Looks like Buddy Buddy Poppin for only the Duskull. There must be some pricing that's happened. I think there might be a Duskull and 2 3Ps priced.
Oh, that's
isn't great. It's not like super bad, but definitely not something you would like to see in the second game.
Yeah. Especially now that you're back against the wall, Aaron already leading up 1-0. So you really hope that this itchy pollen buys you some turns at least.
It's a problem here going to prevent any NSPD ups from being played. Could also make it just more difficult to get some of your Pokemon to play. But Autumn honestly is fine, just chilling, developing the board.
Yeah, he's going to be drawing 6 cards from this trade this turn, so getting that 1 energy shouldn't be a problem, but we've all been there before, whipping those energies with Zoroark, so...
Yeah, I think the energy whip here would be actually a huge break for Puru.
I mean, he did it last game, so it's definitely possible.
A lot of Dragon Ball lists were playing Crushing Hammer previously, but now in this format it seems like most of these lists have just dropped it completely. It's mostly found in this like straightforward, like no other stuff other than the Dragon Balls, maybe the Duskbars. These types of lists tend to play the Crushing Hammer, but also we've seen a lot of Dust Noir lists going for that.
And with the last trade ability, I think we at least saw 1 energy hitting the hand, and now topping it off with Tatsugiri, checks for possible follow-up supporters for next turn. Lily's is great since you're not going to be taking any prize cards unless Puru wants to be cheeky and just pop 1 Dusknoir, but I don't think that's gonna be helpful either.
Yeah, Lily could also just be discarded. I think at this point you don't necessarily need Lilies anymore. Your board is already good enough. You can just opt to play supporters like Boss Orders. I think Aaron already discarded. And we see the Darumaka actually in the bench.
Now this is a pivot I like to see. Threatening that double KO onto the 3-piece that would be evolved into Draglogs, it would be actually probably a... Well, maybe if not game-winning play, at least buys him a couple of more turns to just start swinging.
Yeah, I think Aaron must have read that some 3-piece must be prized. These must be the only ones that Puru has access to for now.
Yeah, I mean, he would have just searched more with the Buddy buff in last turn, only searched for the Duskull and left the 1 option unused, so prize cards. I mean, at this point, Puru might even want to take a knockout here, but Buddy is so valuable here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is now.
I mean, rare candy into Dusknoir, preventing your opponent from evolving since they can't home the Darumaka back either because of the itchy pollen. I mean, that would be an option.
Now, to be fair,
Okay.
okay, we just had an announcement. There's about 10 minutes left in the round. I think for our stream game, that's gonna be closer to something like 15, since it started a bit later than the other games here. I think if Puru wins this, I don't see a world where both of these, or any of these players could be getting a win out of this. But yeah,
Immediate lilies. This actually means that we won't be seeing boss in the flame body cannon this turn, so at least one of the track logs is guaranteed to be safe.
yeah. The silver lining here for Peter is that getting the Darmanitan under item lock is almost impossible. I mean, from this board state, Aaron would have to have found the Boss's Orders, an Energy, the one-off Darmanitan, and the Pecharunt, which I believe is also a one-off. So there would have just had to be so many lucky draws there under item log that the drag logs were basically always going to be safe.
Yeah, maybe was jumping the gun here. I'm always keen to spot out those wellspring Ogreborn mask lines, so just extrapolating that onto the Darmanitan also. I just see it and I go for it, but
Yeah, it's your weakness. My weakness is always wanting to concede games. I guess.
fair enough. We are the good casters, telling always players to concede the games.
Yeah, but to be fair, like I'm not super good at doing that either. I think, for example, in this set, I mean, yeah, that was. I don't think we needed to concede at any point of that game. It was super close, and had Aran not found that stadium, I think that game one could have gone British way very easily. Here, an energy is found, so that Zorark is ready to attack. Throwing it over to Kuru. The Dr. Kuru is kind of stuck there.
Yeah, I mean, now as Pyrrh, do you just start to swing, or how much longer can you just keep this body up? I mean, the clock is also ticking. There's not the luxury of building the absolute perfect board unless you have it all in your mind how you are gonna take those last prize cards. Well, he does have those extra turns after time, so maybe there's still a line here where you just keep holding, but I think we're gonna see some action here now.
Yeah, I think this game will conclude, but it just remains to be seen in whose favor this game will be concluding. You see the Dust Noir pop protecting. Oh, actually green up. This sword. Ooh, that's very interesting. Going for that Ichi Pollen, setting up some damage.
I mean, there's no stadium yet, and there's veteran either. I mean, taking up one Zorark with no energy would have been something to be considered also. Now, Aaron doesn't need anything else than probably Zekrom and Boss to start swinging.
Yeah.
I mean, what else you want to do with this Zorark at this point now that it's in the active spots?
This is maybe a bit of an interesting play. I'd be very interested to hear the reasoning behind this.
I mean, the looming threat of the flame body cannon grows stronger every turn, so it probably decided that this Dustnor just has to up now. Continuing with the Ichi Pollen provides you no tones being laid. I mean, if you manage to block one Dust blocks the next turn, also you could play the red card and probably disrupt Aaron. And if he doesn't find Pokepads now, I mean, he can't attack with this Zorark either. There is no other options. I mean, you can't use Cyrano to search up any ends attacking Pokemon.
I don't think I saw the Zekrom, though I think it will be like a full art. So the illustration there. So we might Okay, just going to go into that category. Oh, this is interesting. We don't have a lot of bench space left.
Yeah, and domes are not available until you are out of the item block. So
Yeah, it could develop Monkey Dory on its own. This could get kind of interesting.
yeah, but Magidori has to hit Pyrrhus field now because Autumn will just start putting all those Ichiball and damage counters back on Pyrrhus table.
Well, I would actually like to see the damage taken away from Solar. Because if Fury was to go for Ichi Pollen onto the Tatsugiri, the Tatsugiri would be at 3 damage counters. Then that would be very good to move. With Monkey Dory, you could take a look at Hadu, for example.
Putting some pressure here onto the lone Duskull, probably taunting Pyrrhus here a little that, hey, this guy is going to knock out soon. Why don't you blow it up and give me a free prize card? Searching up the Dragon Ball with the Ultra Ball also, so we have to see some kind of movement now, or the block is just going to run out.
Yeah. See the recontract here. Another one.
A good amount of bustling here also. The back room started to go out. I think most of the matches are being concluded in the background and people are starting to review those at who's going to the top cut and who's not.
Yeah. Looks like the Dragon Ball is coming online.
I mean, Zoroark's 280 is just that beefy for Dragon Ball. I mean, how will you lead this? Is that just a jet hit?
Yeah. I kind of like this play. They're basically going again into a spot where Autumn now has to play a black belt this turn. I think he might have had it in the hand, but forcing that is pretty good. I mean, it has to find black belt plus Mochi plus Pecharon.
And still no check from, I mean...
Yeah, I assume there got to be some item card. I think there was at least an Ultra Ball there, so I'm sure the Sekrom will be found in some way. Unless they're both right.
I mean, that would be a twist here.
Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. Okay, opting to just discard that Ultra Ball. The Sekrom was found there, the illustration there. And ends PT up, also loading up that. Second sword. Also piece to check. I mean, less than a minute.
We are also nearing the end of the round.
Yep. At least on the floor. I think the players on stream still have a few minutes remaining before turns.
Secret box being played, and we see also Darmanitan. Is this some kind of tone play, or is it just prep for? All right, the round timer was just called now to the floor. I think we are gonna continue with this 3 match just a little longer. Decides to go for that flame body cannons play now. I think it's not a bad move at all. You get to remove the drag load and the variable here, which is the dust gloves. Now, if Uru just swings, I mean, Monkey Dory will guarantee a knockout on this body, and then probably something like Black Belt, Mochi, Veterans, and you could get all those 3 prize cards at the same go.
Yeah, at this point you're just committed to this one Dragapult. I think you gotta try and find that unfair stamp and hope. At this point, I don't even know how to approach this at this point. It feels like getting the prizes here will be so difficult. You do find the red card. Do we see a stadium bump potentially? No.
I mean, there's nothing on Uru's hand, just has to go for the Phantom Dive and oh.
Yeah, all 6 there. Just has to basically hope to somehow be able to take 4 prizes on the Zorax. It's gonna be an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
not
start seeing now the chain of trades coming through.
Well, again, to be fair, it's not super easy for Aaron to get the knockout on this Dragapult now. The board is filled up. There is no way. There would have to be something like a Monkey Dory that would move damage, and then that would be changed into a Petulant that would activate the Mochi.
Yeah, tricky for both sides actually.
Yeah. So then,
I mean, now retreating into this end Zoroark with the energies on it, now that Uru has benched multiple Pokemons also, we could take some prizes, but it's still not enough.
yeah. You could also get Black Belt involved in here, but that is obviously a supporter, a one-off. But yeah, I think even if we are like looking at the outs that Uru has, this is looking like it's going to be Aaron's game and Aaron's set, and it would then be 2-0.
I mean, a lot of shuffling now. This is the pivotal point in this game. Some trades probably going through now. Do we find this critical black belt? There's the veterans.
Yeah.
No black belts.
I don't see it, yeah. I think this Dragapult is safe. And the interesting part is, I think Aaron maybe then shouldn't attack at all. You don't want to give the Monkey Dory damage over.
We still have one trade left. So I think there was a boss's orders here.
Yeah, boss is pretty good.
I mean, you could retreat and then take out the face.
I think Aaron might be just 20 damage off here. We don't have his deck list, so I'm not sure if he plays a Risk of Ruins. I don't think we've seen it so far. So,
He's going for it.
yeah. Not a bad knockout here.
And Virus' hand is basically dead. He didn't even play supporter last turn, so going after this Fess isn't a bad move at all. How do you generate the 2 damage counters like Monkey Dory, Risky Ruins? We don't know if he plays Risky Ruins. I think we saw at least one jamming tower. So the other remaining stadium might also be Watchtower.
Yeah.
There's a chance that he doesn't even play that. There's the time has been called, so it's now
I
turn
think
one.
the hand is dead. Maybe. But we will just have to. I think at this point, I mean, you just Phantom Dive, probably just KO the benched Zoroark, and you hope that there is
But-
like no Monkey Dory.
Aaron has already the Darmanitan in play and the energies on the active. He can just snipe that.
Yeah, but
He has one prize card remaining.
yeah, the Zekrom can't attack, so there would have to be like a Petulant prize type of angle
Yeah.
for Kudos perspective.
He has the
But we
Petulant.
know the Petulant in hand. Yeah. So Aaron will be winning this game.
I think now that the Petulant has been placed, we are getting the formalities here. Oh,
Yeah, just making sure.
wasn't gonna attack with this Zekrom.
Yeah.
It was with Flame Body Cannon. Judges making sure that it's the right call because maybe Judge thought also that it was the Zekrom attack first, but no, it's the Flame Body Cannon and gets the final prize card. That's 2-0, clean for Aaron. I think we will probably have a winners interview. I've got to get that now into my thick skull that it's summer here, not winter.
Yeah, it's always kind of winter in Finland, I guess. But yeah, a great set, great players, both navigating that matchup, showing us that they have been playing these decks for a long time. They have played them together for a long time. I think either of the players would have had a much easier time against some maybe less experienced players in this matchup. But obviously, when you get to these high tables, the level of play also gets quite high. And I think we will be seeing a lot more from both of these players in all sorts of upcoming tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, both players, when they have attended those regional tournaments, they have done quite well. And I think this meta favors them also. So starting the season after Worlds, I mean, maybe at Dansk at latest, we can see them making some waves here for Jyväskylä City. So keep your eyes out for them.
Exactly. I think we'll go into a little break, but we will be right back with some more Pokemon action.
What a day! We are back for the last updates for today. The Swiss rounds have now ended, and we have the final ASM list here, all fleshed out.
Yeah, and we can also give some information on what decks made it through to our ASIM round starting tomorrow. So the first seed goes to our last year's champion, Jonna Vainisto, playing Excadrill with the new sort of top deck from Pitch Black, getting a very nice 601 record. Then we have Sami Perälä, who we also featured on stream with that Boltnor. Didn't quite get the 7-0.
Yeah, he got it, but fumbled at the last minute. But I think second seed in the Swiss, not bad at all. Gets to choose his starting position deep in the tournament.
Yes, exactly. And we also have Jaakko Karjalan with a very, very spicy Crustal Mega Manectric deck. Something that we were trying to dodge out featuring throughout the tournament. He's gone 5-0-2 today. So yeah, and we will probably get to see it tomorrow.
Yeah, I think tomorrow you will be watching Crustle.
Yeah, but we'll try to save you from that. And we of course have Hermanni Hietalahti, to no one's surprise, making it to top cut with Zoroark. We also have a very good player we also featured on stream, Tomi Markkula, playing Cold Noir. Then Arni Karjala, actually surprisingly enough, playing Snow King, also making it to top cut. Aleksi Jäntti with the Sea King variant of Festival Lead. Very nice. Aaron Rautio, who we saw last round there, winning Zoroark. Then these are the ASIM people here. There's gonna be Eetu Kettumäki with Festival Lead, Rudolf Mord with Lucario, and Alex Keskinen with Holt Blaziken.
Yeah.
So the lower 6 players will be playing that ASIM round tomorrow. The others get a bye on that, and they will get to go straight into that top 8. I think we will be streaming at least the ASIM round, at least one top 8 round, and then I believe 2 rounds from top 4, and then of course the finals.
Yeah, so we'll probably be starting around at 10 a.m. finish time tomorrow. So if you're watching from abroad, try to check your time zones correctly and maybe wake up to an early morning of high stakes Pokemon.
Yeah, with some great players and great Pokemon action. Thank you for being with us today. It's been a lot of fun, and luckily we have another day of fun ahead of us tomorrow.
Exactly. So without further ado, see you tomorrow.